Hello everyone, and welcome back to Midnight Horror. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this video. Story 1. We met in college, me and Ethan, and from the start, we were inseparable. People called us brothers more than friends, and in many ways, it felt true. We had the same sense of humor, the same taste in music, even the same major. But beneath all that, something darker grew inside me, something I never wanted to admit. Ethan was always the one who shined. He walked into a room, and people turned to him like he was made of gold. Professors praised him, classmates admired him, and girls were drawn to him like moths. And no matter how hard I tried, I always came second. I told myself it didn't matter, that friendship was more important than competition. But when we both applied for the same internship at the firm we dreamed of, I started to feel the cracks. He didn't even seem worried, while I stayed up nights perfecting my resume and rewriting my cover letter. When he got it and I didn't, I congratulated him with a smile I had to force. That night, I went home and stared at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Every compliment he received rang in my ears like a taunt. I started replaying all the moments he had something I didn't: dates, awards, recognition. I wondered if he even noticed how often I had to play the sidekick in our story. It wasn't just the internship. A week later, he started dating Mia, a girl I'd secretly liked for over a year. He introduced her to me like it was nothing, smiling proudly, saying how lucky he was. I smiled back, nodded, and even shook her hand. But when I went home that night, I punched a hole in my bedroom wall. I tried distancing myself, thinking that would help. I stopped replying to his texts as often, made excuses not to hang out. He noticed, of course, and one day he cornered me after class and asked what was going on. I shrugged, told him I was just stressed about school. He looked at me like he didn't believe me, but he let it go. Then came the night everything fell apart. We had all gone to a party, me, Ethan, Mia, and some others from our department. The house was packed, music blaring, people laughing in every corner. I drank more than I should have, watching them dance and laugh together, and I felt that jealousy burn hotter than it ever had before. He came over to me at one point, drunk and happy, asking if I was having fun. I nodded, smiled tightly, and told him I was fine. He didn't press, just clapped me on the back and wandered off again. I watched him disappear into the crowd, his arm around her waist, and something inside me snapped. I left the party and sat outside on the porch, trying to calm down. A few minutes later, Ethan came out, looking for me. He sat next to me, offered me a beer, and started talking about the future, about how things were finally working out for him. His words slurred, but his grin was steady, and I hated how easy life seemed for him. We started arguing. I don't remember how it began, something about him always getting what he wanted. He was confused, tried to laugh it off at first, but I kept pushing. I said things I can't take back, words soaked in years of bitterness. He stood up, angry now, asking what my problem was. I followed him as he walked toward the woods behind the house, saying we needed to talk. Really talk. I don't think he knew how far I'd gone, how deep my resentment ran. We stopped by the edge of the trees, far enough from the house that no one could hear us. He turned around to face me, face tight with frustration. He called me out then, said I'd been acting like a stranger for weeks, that I needed to get over whatever jealousy I was clinging to. And then he said something that broke me completely. He told me I'd always be his friend, even if I wasn't as successful. It was meant to comfort me, I think. But it felt like a final nail in a coffin I never asked for. I don't remember making the decision. I just remember the rock on the ground and the surge of heat in my chest. 1 second we were talking. The next he was on the ground, not moving. The silence afterward was louder than anything I've ever heard. I stood there, staring at him, waiting for him to get up, to yell, to hit me. But he didn't move. I checked for a pulse, but I already knew. My hands were shaking, covered in blood. I stumbled back, breath caught in my throat, unable to believe what I'd done. I dragged his body further into the woods, not knowing what else to do. I buried him in a shallow grave, using my hands and a broken branch. It felt like a nightmare, something unreal. I walked back to the party in a daze, cleaned up in the bathroom, and acted like nothing happened. The next day, when people started asking where he was, I said I hadn't seen him since the party. The police got involved. Friends put up missing posters, and I helped them search. I even cried with Mia, held her while she broke down, and felt like a monster every second. Weeks passed. The police never found him. Rumors spread, some thought he'd run off, others feared the worst. I kept pretending, kept smiling when I had to, but inside I was rotting. Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw the killer behind the friend. Sometimes I dream of him standing at the edge of my bed, staring at me with blood on his face. I wake up drenched in sweat, heart pounding, but I never cry. I don't think I can. The guilt is there, like a second skin, and it will never come off. I got the internship. I even started dating Mia after enough time had passed. No one questioned it. They said Ethan would have wanted us to be happy. And maybe that's the worst part of it all, that I got everything I wanted, but nothing feels like a victory. Story 2. I was the getaway driver in a bank robbery that went horribly wrong. We had planned it for weeks, maybe even months if you count all the time we spent just talking about it. It was supposed to be fast, 10 minutes, in and out. No one would get hurt, and we'd all vanish into the wind before the cops even got close. The bank was in a small town 2 hours from the city, picked because of its limited security and slow police response. I waited in the alley behind the building, engine running, hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles went white. My heart pounded so loudly I could barely hear anything else. I kept checking the rearview mirror, watching for anything that looked out of place. Inside were Derek and Lance, both wearing masks and armed with cheap handguns that were more for intimidation than actual use. They had mapped out the interior, studied the staff schedules, and even practiced their lines. I didn't want to know the details. My job was simple: drive, keep calm, don't ask questions. When the front doors of the bank slammed open, I saw them running out, bags in hand. But something was wrong. Derek was limping and covered in blood. Lance looked panicked, not at all like the calm, controlled guy I'd rehearsed this with so many times before. As soon as they jumped into the car, I slammed the gas pedal to the floor. They shouted directions at me, voices high and cracking with fear. Go left here. Lance barked, while Derek groaned in the back seat, clutching his leg. I glanced in the mirror and saw red staining his jeans, and I realized he must have been shot. That was never supposed to happen. Police sirens wailed in the distance, closer than they should have been. Someone must have triggered the silent alarm sooner than expected, or maybe a bystander called it in. We took a sharp turn down a side street, tires screeching. I knew this town's layout from all the Google Maps studying, but maps didn't prepare me for the real thing. "Where's the money?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Lance held up one of the bags, face pale, eyes darting to the side window. "We got it, but someone didn't freeze like they were supposed to." That someone, I guessed, was the reason Derek was bleeding all over my back seat. The air inside the car was thick with the coppery smell of blood and sweat. I kept driving, trying to lose the cops, but they were already swarming the area. Every turn we took, there seemed to be another set of flashing lights, another roadblock. Derek was slipping in and out of consciousness, muttering things that didn't make sense. Lance was trying to keep him awake, shaking his shoulder, shouting his name. We reached the edge of town, where the roads turned to gravel and the buildings gave way to trees. I turned off the main road and drove deep into the woods, where we had stashed a second vehicle, a rusty pickup with fake plates. But as we approached the hiding spot, we saw the lights red and blue, flashing between the trees. They had found it. They had found it. I slammed on the brakes and threw the car into reverse, but it was too late. A spotlight cut through the dark, landing right on our windshield. Out of the car, a voice boomed through a loudspeaker. My blood went cold. Lance grabbed his gun, but I shouted at him to stop. "Don't be stupid," I said, but he didn't seem to hear me. Derek was barely breathing now. Lance opened the door, raised his weapon, and fired blindly into the trees. The response was instant. Gunshots tore through the air, glass shattered around us, and Lance crumpled before he even hit the ground. I stayed frozen, hands still on the wheel, heart thudding so hard it hurt. I heard the shouting, the stomping of boots getting closer. I didn't move. Derek made a choking sound behind me and went still. The car door was yanked open, and I was dragged out, face first into the dirt. Hands yanked my arms behind my back, cold metal snapped around my wrists. Someone shouted my rights into my ear, but I barely heard them. They pulled me to my feet and pushed me toward a patrol car. I looked back at the scene, Lance's body half hanging out of the car, Derek slumped and lifeless in the back seat. The money bags lay forgotten in the chaos, bills fluttering in the wind. All that planning, all those nights spent imagining what freedom would feel like, it ended like this. At the station, they grilled me for hours. Who planned it? Why that bank? Who was the shooter? I kept quiet for as long as I could, but it didn't matter. They had enough my prints on the wheel, surveillance from nearby cameras, and eventually my confession. I wasn't a hardened criminal. I broke down by morning. They offered me a deal in exchange for information on the others who'd helped us from the outside. People who'd tipped us off, sold us the gear, helped scrub the plates. I took it. I wasn't proud, but I wanted to see daylight again someday. That choice haunts me more than the heist itself. The trial was quick. Derek and Lance's names were in the headlines, and mine wasn't far behind. My parents stopped visiting after the first few months. My girlfriend left me after I refused to lie to make it sound like I'd been forced into it. Truth was, I went in willingly. I thought it would be the one thing that changed everything. Now I spend my days in a cell, counting cracks in the wall and replaying that morning over and over. I still hear the sirens when I close my eyes. still smell the blood, still wonder what I could have done differently. But deep down, I know we were never going to get away with it. Story 3. It happened on a cold November night, one of those evenings where the air felt heavier than usual, pressing down on my chest like a weight I couldn't shake. The wind outside carried with it dry leaves and whispered reminders of the things I couldn't forget. I sat by the window, watching the trees sway violently, but my mind wasn't on the weather. It was on the scream that had once pierced the silence of this very house. We were close growing up, my sibling and I, closer than most people would say. There were never any signs, nothing to suggest how it would all end. But something always brewed beneath the surface, like oil floating on water. It wasn't hatred. It wasn't even jealousy, not in the obvious sense. But there was this constant shadow of comparison that followed us both, eating away at our bond. They always seemed to shine brighter, speak louder, and be remembered more. I remember the arguments growing more intense as we got older. The sharpness of their words dug deeper, and mine weren't any softer. We'd fight late into the night, our voices echoing through the thin walls. But none of those fights ever felt like they would be the last. That night, we were alone in the house. Our parents had left for a weekend trip, trusting us like they always did. We had fought over something small, music too loud, dishes left undone. But it spiraled so quickly, like lightning through dry grass. I remember their face twisted in anger, mine probably matched. I remember yelling, pushing, and the sudden crack of something heavy. There was no plan, no premeditation. Just a flash of heat, a loss of control. They fell, hard and fast. The sound of their body hitting the floor is a sound that still visits me in the quietest hours. I thought they'd get back up, groaning, shouting, anything. But they didn't. Meow. I rushed over, shaking them, calling their name again and again. But their eyes stared blankly ahead, lips parted slightly like they had one last thing to say but never got the chance. I screamed, louder than I ever had before. The minutes after are a blur. I sat there, holding their body, rocking back and forth, whispering that I was sorry, that it was an accident. I didn't mean to, I kept saying, but the silence around me stayed cold and accusing. My hands were trembling, stained with guilt I couldn't wash off. I couldn't call for help. I couldn't explain it in a way that would make sense to anyone. So I dragged their body down to the basement, every step down the stairs like walking further into a grave. I buried them beneath the old concrete floor, tears blurring my vision the whole time. I thought the cement would seal away the truth. I thought if no one knew, it would fade into something distant, like a terrible dream. But it didn't. The house never let me forget. Every creak in the hallway sounded like their footsteps. Every time I looked in the mirror, I swore I saw them standing behind me. I'd hear whispers at night, low and familiar, saying my name like they were still trying to talk to me. Sleep became impossible. I tried to keep living as if nothing had changed. I cleaned their room, got rid of their things, told our parents they had taken off after another argument. They were heartbroken, but not entirely surprised. My sibling had always been the one to vanish for days without warning. The police came once, maybe twice, but without a trace, they chalked it up to another runaway. I lied, calmly and easily. I smiled when I needed to, cried when expected. But inside, I was falling apart. Weeks turned to months. and yet the weight in my chest only grew heavier. Guilt settled into my bones, made my limbs feel like they were sinking in water. Every time I passed the basement door, I felt the urge to open it and confess. But I never did. I began seeing them everywhere in the corner of my eye, reflected in windows, even in crowds. I'd hear their laugh, sharp and mocking, in places they'd never been. My world was filled with ghosts, and none of them gave me peace. I stopped leaving the house. I stopped answering calls. People assumed I was just grieving, and in a way I was. But I wasn't mourning a loss, I was trying to survive the truth. And the truth was eating me alive. One night, I heard knocking. Soft, deliberate, coming from the basement door. I froze, breath caught in my throat, too terrified to move. The knocks continued, steady and slow, like someone reminding me they were still waiting. I opened the door once, just to see. The basement was dark, colder than I remembered, and the concrete floor looked untouched. But I couldn't take another step. I closed the door and locked it, then pushed a heavy dresser in front of it. I know I'm losing my mind. I've started talking to them again, apologizing out loud, asking them to forgive me. Sometimes I hear a response, just faint enough to make me question my sanity. Other times, I feel their breath on the back of my neck. I don't know what I'm waiting for anymore. Maybe for someone to find out, maybe for the guilt to finally consume me. I just know I can't live like this much longer. The walls are closing in. I haven't slept in days. Every night, I hear footsteps pacing above my room, even though I know I'm the only one here. I hear their voice humming the tune they always sang when they were bored. I try to cover my ears, but it seeps in anyway. I keep the lights on now, but it doesn't help. Shadows still gather, and they seem to move when I'm not looking. I've stopped eating. Food tastes like ash in my mouth, and my stomach twists at the thought of swallowing anything. Sometimes I think I should turn myself in, just walk into the station and tell them everything. But I'm too afraid. Not of prison, but of the silence that would follow. The silence that would finally let me feel just how alone I've become. Story 4. I woke up in a dim room, the air heavy with the scent of mildew and something metallic. My wrists were tied to a chair with coarse rope that bit into my skin, and a single bulb above flickered sporadically. The silence was crushing, broken only by the occasional creak of the floorboards above. I tried to scream, but the rag stuffed in my mouth made it useless. He came in on the second day, tall, calm, and with a smile that chilled me more than his knife. He didn't say much at first, just looked me over like I was some kind of broken animal. Then he knelt in front of me and whispered that this was going to be slow. I didn't understand why I was here or what he wanted. He started small, pressing the tip of his knife against my arm, dragging it lightly across the skin until beads of blood rose. He watched my face the whole time, like he was waiting for some reaction. I tried not to give him the satisfaction, but tears rolled down my face anyway. He seemed pleased by that. Food came once a day, stale bread and lukewarm water left on a metal tray by the door. He watched me eat, always leaning against the far wall like this was some kind of game. I asked him once why he was doing this, but he only tilted his head and walked out. The door locked behind him with a loud final click. The third day, he brought a pair of pliers and a small hammer. I panicked when I saw them, thrashing in the chair, But it didn't matter, he was stronger. He didn't say a word as he broke the little finger on my left hand, then the next one. The pain was unbearable, but the worst part was the satisfaction in his eyes. At night, I couldn't sleep. Every noise made my heart race. Every shadow looked like him. I thought about my family, my friends, wondering if they were looking for me, if they even knew I was gone. Time stretched and warped in that windowless room, each hour bleeding into the next. On the fourth day, he cut away the ropes, but only so he could chain me to a wall. He let me walk a few steps before yanking the chain back, laughing as I stumbled. He told me I could earn my way out if I behaved, but I didn't believe him. This wasn't about ransom or revenge, this was about control. He started talking more, telling me about the others. He described them in detail, how long they lasted, what broke them, what didn't. His voice was calm, almost friendly, as if he was sharing recipes. I realized then that I wasn't the first, and unless I did something, I wouldn't be the last. That night, I tried to plan. My mind raced through every detail I could remember: the layout of the room, the tools he used, how long the chain was. I tested its length, pacing until I reached the end, over and over again. The floor near the wall was weak, creaking louder than the rest. The next day, he brought out a lighter and a needle. He spoke softly as he heated the metal, telling me it was for my own good. When he pressed it to my skin, I screamed, my voice hoarse and cracking. He smiled and told me I was learning. After he left, I collapsed, my body shaking uncontrollably. The pain wasn't just physical anymore. It was in my mind, my thoughts. I was starting to lose track of who I was, what day it was, how long I'd been there. But something deep inside me held on. On the sixth day, I saw my chance. He left the tray closer than usual, just within the reach of the chain. It had a fork on it, small, rusted, but it was something. I slipped it under my shirt when he wasn't looking, keeping my hand steady despite the tremors. That night, I waited until I was sure he was gone. I used the fork to dig at the floorboard, peeling away slivers of wood with trembling hands. It took hours, and the noise felt deafening in the silence, but I kept going. Beneath the board was a metal pipe. I knew I could use it. When he returned the next day, I played weak, slumped against the wall. He came closer, crouched to look at me, and that's when I struck. I swung the pipe with everything I had, hitting his head once, then twice. He dropped like a stone. I didn't wait. I grabbed his keys, his phone, anything I could find, and stumbled through the house, unlocking doors until I found the exit. The sunlight hit me like a punch, blinding and warm, and I ran. I didn't stop running until I found a road and flagged down a passing car. The police arrived not long after, and I told them everything. They found his house just as I'd left it, tools on the table, blood on the floor, chains on the wall. There were photos too of others, all different, all broken. He hadn't just tortured people. He documented them. They said I was lucky, that most never made it out. But I didn't feel lucky. I felt hollow, as if part of me was still chained in that room. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow made my heart race. Therapy helped a little. Talking to someone who didn't look at me with pity helped more. I still don't sleep much, and when I do, it's filled with flashes of his face, his voice, the smell of that room. But I survived. Mend. I tell my story now because someone out there needs to hear it. Because someone else might be trapped like I was, thinking they're alone, thinking no one can hear them. I survived, and that means they can too. Holding on is hard, but it's possible. Story 5. It started when I was looking for extra work to help pay off my student loans. I found a listing on a local job board for a private driver position, cash only, flexible hours, no questions asked. The pay was better than anything else I'd seen, so I applied without thinking twice. A man named Carl met me at a coffee shop, interviewed me briefly, then handed me a phone and said they'd be in touch. My first assignment was simple: pick up someone from a hotel and drive them to an address on the outskirts of town. The girl I picked up looked tired, barely spoke, and clutched a small bag to her chest. When I asked if she was okay, she just nodded silently and looked away. I figured she was just having a bad day or maybe didn't speak much English. Over the next few weeks, I kept getting similar assignments. Pickups from motels, bus stations, rest stops, always young women, always quiet, and always dropped off at strange locations. Sometimes it was a warehouse, sometimes a big house behind a gate, sometimes just a van parked in a lot. I started feeling uneasy, but the money kept coming, and I told myself not to overthink it. One day, I picked up a girl who looked no older than 16. She had bruises on her arms and looked terrified. I tried to make small talk, asked if she needed help, but she stayed silent. When I dropped her off, an older man was waiting, and the way he grabbed her arm made my stomach turn. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that girl and all the others. I started going back through my phone, looking at the addresses, trying to figure out patterns. Something wasn't right, and deep down, I already knew what I was involved in. I just hadn't let myself admit it yet. The next time they sent me to a pickup, I made a decision. I told the girl to stay calm and that I was going to help her. She stared at me, wide-eyed, like she couldn't believe it. I drove past the drop-off point and went straight to the nearest police station. I explained everything to the officer at the desk. At first, he didn't believe me, said it sounded like a bad movie plot. But when the girl started crying and telling her story, things changed fast. They brought in detectives, took statements, and said they'd been tracking a trafficking ring for months. They asked me to keep working with them, use the phone they'd given me, and keep taking jobs while secretly collecting evidence. I agreed, though every trip felt heavier than the last. I'd see the fear in the girl's eyes and feel like I wasn't doing enough, even though I knew I had to play it safe. It went on for weeks. I'd record conversations, memorize faces, write down license plates. Sometimes I had to act like nothing was wrong while dropping off another girl into the hands of someone I wanted to punch in the face. It ate at me, but I kept telling myself it was for the greater good. Eventually, they made arrests. Dozens of people were taken in, handlers, recruiters, and even a few hotel owners who had been helping cover things up. The girl I helped was reunited with her family, and I testified in court along with several others. The whole thing felt surreal, like I had stumbled into a nightmare without realizing it. I quit driving after that. I couldn't bring myself to sit behind the wheel without thinking of all the girls I hadn't helped in time. The police thanked me, said I'd done the right thing, but it didn't feel like enough. I kept thinking about the faces I remembered and wondering where they were now. Sometimes I still get calls from unknown numbers. I never answer them. I know it's possible someone from that world still remembers me. I keep my doors locked, move to a different apartment, and rarely post anything online. Paranoia, maybe, but I don't want to take chances. I started going to therapy after a while. The nightmares were getting worse, and I needed someone to talk to. It helped slowly. I learned to accept that I couldn't save everyone, but I did what I could, and that had to be enough. People still don't know the full story. My family thinks I just worked a sketchy driving gig for a while and got out before it got bad. I haven't corrected them. Some truths are too heavy to casually share over dinner. Sometimes silence is easier than trying to explain the weight of it all. Even now, I sometimes spot someone on the street and think I've seen them before, maybe at one of the pickups or drop-offs. My heart jumps, but I keep walking. It's like a shadow that never quite fades, always just behind me. I don't know if it ever truly goes away. The one thing I do know is I won't stay quiet if I ever see something like that again. I can't afford to. I know the signs now, the subtle things most people overlook. And I won't be a part of that silence ever again. I still carry the old phone they gave me, turned off and hidden in a drawer. Part of me wants to smash it to pieces. Another part keeps it as a reminder, a piece of the truth I can't forget. Because even though I walked away, the memory of it all still rides with me every day. It started with good intentions, just needing money, just looking for work. But I stepped into something far darker than I ever expected. And once you've seen what I've seen, you can't ever really unsee it. Story 6. I met Caleb at a charity event downtown. The kind of place I rarely found myself in, but that night felt different. He was tall, sharply dressed, and had a quiet confidence that drew me in instantly. His smile was easy, his eyes warm, and our conversation flowed effortlessly. By the end of the night, I'd given him my number without a second thought. Our first date was at a little Italian restaurant tucked away on a quiet street. Caleb listened when I spoke, made me laugh, and shared just enough about his life to keep me intrigued. He worked in finance, he said, and traveled often for work. Everything about him seemed polished and put together, almost too good to be true. Weeks turned into months, and our relationship grew deeper with every passing weekend. He always made time for me, even with his supposed busy schedule. When he was away, he would send brief check-ins, saying he missed me and couldn't wait to see me again. I found myself falling hard for him, convinced I had finally met someone real. There were small things that should have raised questions, but I ignored them. He never invited me to his place, always opting to stay at mine or book a hotel if we were out of town. He never let me tag along to his work events, always insisting they were boring and formal. When I asked to meet his friends or family, he said they were scattered and rarely in touch. One night, curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to do a quick search of his name online. His LinkedIn matched what he'd told me, but beyond that, there wasn't much. No social media presence, no photos tagged, no trace of any personal life online. It struck me as odd, but I brushed it off, telling myself he was just private. The first real crack appeared when I saw him across the street one afternoon while out with a friend. He was walking with a woman and holding a child's hand. I stood frozen, my breath caught in my throat, watching as he laughed and leaned in close to the woman. I didn't approach him, something told me not to. Later that evening, I asked him how his day had been, testing the waters, He told me he'd been in meetings all day and was exhausted. I played along, nodding and pretending to believe him, though my stomach churned. That night, while he was in the shower, I looked through his bag and found a second phone. The second phone was locked, of course, but its presence was damning enough. I didn't confront him immediately. Instead, I started paying closer attention how he disappeared for hours without a word, how he avoided weekend plans, how he always kept his real phone face down. Everything began to unravel in my mind. I followed him one Saturday when he claimed he had to fly out for a work conference. He didn't head to the airport. Instead, he drove to a suburban neighborhood, parked, and walked up to a house like he belonged there. I watched from a distance as the same woman I'd seen before opened the door and kissed him. I couldn't move. I sat in my car, hands gripping the steering wheel, heart pounding in my chest. I watched as a little boy ran out and wrapped his arms around Caleb's legs. He picked the child up and carried him inside, looking every bit the family man. I felt like the air had been knocked out of me. I left before he saw me, shaking and barely able to drive home. Everything we had shared, every moment I had believed in, was a lie. He wasn't just dating someone else, he had a whole other life. A wife, a child, a home filled with memories I wasn't part of. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept going over everything he'd ever told me, every story, every excuse. It all made sense, now the late night calls he never took in front of me, the vague answers about his past, the way he compartmentalized his time. He had perfected the act. The next time I saw him, he came to my apartment like nothing was wrong. I played along, calm and quiet, pretending I hadn't uncovered his entire facade. Over dinner, he talked about a new project at work, spinning another web of lies. I waited until he finished before looking him in the eye and asking how his son was doing. He froze, his fork halfway to his mouth. For a split second, his face betrayed him just a flicker of panic. Then he put the fork down and tried to compose himself, asking what I meant. I didn't give him the chance to lie again. I told him what I saw, where I followed him, and what I knew. He didn't deny it. He didn't say much at all, really. He sat there, staring at the table, the charm stripped away, replaced by something hollow. I told him to leave and never contact me again, and for once he didn't argue. After he left, I felt empty. Not just because I'd been lied to, but because I had trusted someone so completely. I had built a future in my mind, imagined a life with him, only to find it was borrowed from someone else. The betrayal sat heavy on my chest. In the days that followed, I blocked him from everything and deleted every photo. I found myself questioning my own judgment, wondering how I had missed the signs. But I also knew I wasn't the one who should feel ashamed. I had loved sincerely, he had orchestrated a lie. Healing took time. I stopped looking for explanations or closure. Some people wear masks too well, and it's not our fault when we can't see beneath them. What mattered now was that I knew the truth, and I walked away from the lie before it consumed me. Story 7. The night it happened, I had just left work after a long double shift at the hospital. The parking lot was mostly empty, and the cold wind bit through my jacket as I made my way to my car. I remember fumbling for my keys, too tired to notice the figure watching me from the shadows. It wasn't until I slid into the driver's seat and locked the doors that I saw him standing a few spaces away, unmoving. I drove off quickly, my hands shaking as I tried to convince myself it was nothing. The streets were quiet, the streetlights casting long shadows on the pavement. I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw headlights behind me, following too closely. I changed lanes twice, but the car stayed with me. No. By the third turn, I knew I was being followed. My heart raced, and I could barely breathe as I tried to think of where to go. Home didn't feel safe, not with whoever was behind me. I decided to head to a gas station that was always open, hoping someone else would be there. When I pulled into the lot, the car behind me kept driving, disappearing into the darkness. I waited inside for a while, pretending to browse the snacks while trying to calm down. The clerk gave me a strange look, but didn't say anything. After about 15 minutes, I went back to my car, thinking maybe I was just paranoid. I took the long way home, constantly checking my mirrors. When I finally parked, I ran to my apartment, locking the door behind me and double-checking every window. I didn't sleep that night, too wired from fear. But morning came, and with the sunlight, my fear began to fade into doubt. A few days later, I heard the news. A nurse from another hospital had gone missing from the same parking lot. Her car was found abandoned on the side of the road, driver's side door hanging open. My stomach dropped when I saw her photo on the screen. She had worked the night shift too, just like me. I told myself it had to be coincidence, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped something. I began to notice little things, like a car idling across the street at night or footsteps behind me on my way to work. My friends told me I was being paranoid, that I needed rest. But the feeling of being watched never left me. 2 weeks later, I found a note on my windshield. It was a small scrap of paper tucked under the wiper, and it simply read, "You looked right at me." My hands trembled as I crumpled it up and threw it away. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I bought pepper spray and started parking closer to the hospital entrance. I walked quickly, avoided alleyways, and always made sure someone knew where I was. But nothing can truly prepare you for when the nightmare comes to your door. It was a Thursday when it all unraveled. I got home from work, exhausted and ready to collapse. I didn't notice anything strange at first, just the usual silence of my apartment. I changed out of my scrubs, made tea, and sat on the couch to unwind. That's when I heard the sound of soft creak, like a floorboard shifting. I froze, the mug still in my hands. The sound came again, this time closer, from the hallway near my bedroom. I crept toward the noise, holding my breath, the hairs on my arms standing on end. When I peeked into the hallway, no one was there. I checked the locks again, then every room in the apartment. Nothing was out of place, but my unease grew stronger by the second. I decided to stay at my friend Mia's place that night, needing to get away. As I packed a bag, I felt eyes on me again. On my way out, I noticed the doormat slightly shifted, as if someone had stepped on it and tried to move it back. I ran to my car, heart pounding, and didn't look back until I was 2 blocks away. At Mia's, I finally felt safe enough to sleep. That sense of safety didn't last long. The next day, the police were at my building. A neighbor had heard screaming from the apartment below mine. They found the tenant dead, strangled in their living room. No signs of forced entry. That same morning, I got another note on my car. This time it read, "Wrong door." I moved in with Mia temporarily, but I knew I had to do something. I filed a police report and gave them the notes, but without any real evidence, there wasn't much they could do. I started carrying a personal alarm and avoided being alone. I knew I was being hunted, and I refused to make it easy. A few days later, I woke up at Mia's to find the front door ajar. We always locked it, always checked it twice. Nothing was stolen, but we found muddy footprints on the carpet leading into the living room and then back out. The police believed us now. They increased patrols, but the damage was done. I was living in a constant state of fear, afraid to sleep, afraid to be alone. But one night, it happened. I was coming home from the store, walking from my car to Mia's door, when someone grabbed me from behind. A hand clamped over my mouth as I struggled. My keys fell to the ground. He tried to drag me backward, but I twisted and kicked wildly. My elbow connected with his face, and he cursed, momentarily loosening his grip. I screamed and broke free, running toward the house. Mia had just come out looking for me, and when she saw me, she called the police. The man fled, but not before a neighbor caught a blurry photo of him. It was enough. The police identified him as a suspect in multiple disappearances. He had no fixed address, moved from city to city, and targeted women who worked late-night shifts. I had been one of his targets. They arrested him a week later. He was found hiding in an abandoned shed not far from my old apartment. Inside, they found photos, scraps of fabric, and a list of names. Mine was one of them, circled in red. I broke down when they told me. I hadn't been imagining it. I had been next. I still don't sleep well. I lock everything, double-check every window, and always let someone know where I am. But I survived. I escaped what others didn't. And even though I carry the weight of those nights with me, I tell my story so that others might pay attention to the signs I almost ignored. Story 8. I joined the group when I was 22, lost and searching for meaning. They called themselves The Path and promised spiritual clarity, purpose, and belonging. The leader, Elijah, was charismatic, speaking with a calm authority that made you feel like he saw through your soul. Everyone around him spoke in quiet reverence, like he wasn't just a man but a messenger. At first, everything felt peaceful. We lived communally on a large plot of land deep in the woods, isolated from society. No phones, no internet, no outside contact. It felt freeing at first, like I was finally shedding the weight of the world. We woke with the sunrise and spent the days tending to the land or listening to Elijah's teachings. He preached love, discipline, and surrender of ego. The nights were filled with candlelit gatherings where we chanted and meditated for hours. It was exhausting, but strangely euphoric. Over time, Elijah's messages became darker. He spoke of the cleansing, a coming storm that would destroy the corrupt outside world. Only the faithful would survive and rise again. Those who doubted, he said, would be left behind or worse. I started noticing strange disappearances. A woman named Mara, who had been questioning the teachings, was suddenly gone. When I asked about her, Elijah smiled and said she had ascended early. Others nodded solemnly, as if that made sense. It wasn't just Mara. A young man, Caleb, vanished after refusing to give up a photo of his sister. Elijah warned us not to cling to our past lives, and Caleb's defiance was seen as dangerous. We were told he had left voluntarily, but no one ever saw him go. I should have left then, but I was too deep in it. Elijah had a way of making doubt feel like failure. Every time I questioned anything, he'd call me out during group reflections, accusing me of selfishness, of poisoning the unity of the group. One night, I was chosen to assist Elijah privately. I was told it was a privilege, a sign of trust. Nervous but honored, I followed him to a cabin deeper in the woods, one we were never allowed near. He unlocked the door and ushered me inside. The stench hit me first, something metallic and rotting. I hesitated, but Elijah placed a hand on my back and urged me forward. The inside was dimly lit, the walls lined with heavy curtains. In the center of the room was a crude wooden altar, stained dark. On the floor lay a man, bound and gagged. His eyes were wide, wild with fear. Elijah didn't speak as he picked up a blade from the altar. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. I watched as he knelt and whispered something into the man's ear. Then, without hesitation, he drove the blade into the man's chest. I gasped, backing away, but Elijah turned and locked eyes with me. "He was a traitor," he said calmly. "He spoke to someone on the outside. He endangered us all." I was shaking, heart pounding, my mind trying to reject what I'd just seen. Elijah stood and wiped the blade clean, then motioned to the corner. "Help me bury him," he said. "You are loyal, aren't you?" I nodded, too scared to refuse. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in the dark, listening to the wind rustling through the trees, wondering if anyone else knew the truth. The others acted normal the next day, smiling, working, praying. I realized then they probably did know. There was no going to the authorities. We were too far out, and Elijah had eyes everywhere. If he suspected me of turning, I knew I'd end up like the man in the cabin. So I kept my head down, pretending to believe, while plotting my escape. It took weeks. I mapped the woods in my head, remembering every tree, every bend in the path when we walked to gather firewood. I began hiding food, wrapping it in cloth and burying it near the garden. I waited for a night with no moon. When the night came, I slipped from my bunk and crept out. I avoided the main paths, heart racing with every snap of a twig. I had to make it to the highway, miles away. Behind me, the compound was silent, but I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. I walked for hours, half running, half stumbling in the dark. At dawn, I finally saw the faint glow of headlights. A delivery truck stopped when I burst out of the trees, wild-eyed and desperate. The driver didn't ask many questions. He just let me in and drove. I told the police everything. They didn't believe me at first. A few officers went to investigate, but the compound had been abandoned. The cabins were empty, the fields overgrown. There was no sign of Elijah or the others. For months, I lived in fear that he'd find me. I moved cities, changed my name, avoided crowds. I had nightmares of the cabin, the altar, the blade. Sometimes, I still feel eyes on me, even in a crowded room. They never caught Elijah. Some say he fled the country, others believe he's dead. But I know better. Men like him don't disappear. They wait, rebuild, find new names, and start over. Somewhere out there, he's still preaching. And sometimes, when I hear someone speak in the same calm, mesmerizing tone, I feel my stomach drop, because I remember how easily I followed, how willingly I believed. and how close I came to becoming like him. Story 9. It started with something harmless. I saw her at the bus stop one morning, sipping coffee from a paper cup and scrolling through her phone. Her presence caught my eye not because she was striking, but because she seemed completely lost in her own world. There was a calmness in her that made me pause and take notice. The next day, I noticed she stood in the same spot, at the same time, wearing the same expression of gentle detachment. I found myself arriving earlier just to see her, to watch her from across the street. I memorized how she brushed her hair behind her ear, how she tugged at her coat sleeve when it got chilly. It didn't feel like obsession, not yet more like admiration. A week passed before I followed her. I told myself it was just curiosity, that I wanted to know more about this mysterious stranger. She got off the bus near a library and walked toward a quiet apartment building. I kept a distance, my heart thudding louder than it should have. Soon, following her became routine. I learned her name from her mailbox. I memorized her schedule, when she left for work, when she got groceries, even when she met friends for coffee. I told myself it was just attention, not obsession, not stalking. But I stopped going to work. I made excuses to friends. My life slowly began to orbit around hers. I sat outside her building for hours, watching her lights go on and off, wondering what she was doing inside, who she was talking to, if she ever thought of me. One evening, I saw her laughing with someone on the sidewalk. The warmth in her eyes shook me. Jealousy crept in like cold water over bare skin. I clenched my fists and looked away, ashamed of the emotions rising inside me. I started taking photos of her with my phone, just so I could see her when she wasn't around. I watched her through the lens of her windows when the curtains were drawn back. I recorded the sounds of her voice when she spoke outside. Each moment gave me a strange sense of comfort. But that comfort quickly turned into a desperate need. When I didn't see her one day, I panicked. I paced for hours, imagining the worst. When she finally appeared, safe and smiling, I felt such overwhelming relief that I nearly cried. I began writing about her in notebooks, pages and pages filled with descriptions, imagined conversations, what she might think, how she might react to me. I convinced myself she would understand if she only knew how much I cared. If she only saw how devoted I was, she would realize we were meant to be. One night, I followed her into a bookstore and stood just 2 aisles away. My hands trembled as I listened to her laugh at something the clerk said. I imagined walking up to her, saying her name like I had the right to, like we had a history. But I stood frozen, too terrified to move. Back home, I stared at the walls, at the photos I had taped up, the notes I'd taken, the maps of her movements. I was disgusted and fascinated at once. I knew what I was doing was wrong, deeply wrong, and yet I couldn't stop. It had gone too far. I began having dreams about her. In them, she always smiled at me, always reached for my hand. But when I woke, the loneliness was unbearable. I hated the life I'd abandoned, hated the mirror that reflected someone I no longer recognized. One evening, I followed her to a friend's house and waited outside in the shadows. I imagined walking in, surprising her, telling her everything. But as the hours dragged on and the cold crept into my bones, reality began to press hard on my chest. I was just a stranger lurking in the dark. The next morning, I saw my reflection in the bus window as I watched her step on. I looked pale, hollow-eyed, unwell. I saw myself through her eyes, a man she'd never spoken to, someone who followed her for weeks without her knowledge. My stomach turned. That evening, I deleted the photos. One by one, I removed everything: notes, recordings, the drawings I'd made of her face. But the damage was deeper than clutter. I sat in my apartment surrounded by silence, haunted by what I had become. I wanted to stop. I needed to stop. But I still walked past her building, still paused when I thought I might glimpse her. I hated myself for it. Yet something in me still longed to see her, even just once more. I finally forced myself to take a different route, to avoid the streets I had memorized so well. I started applying for jobs again, reaching out to people I had shut out. But the shadows of what I had done clung tightly, whispering reminders in quiet moments. Some nights I jolted awake, heart racing, certain she had seen me, had known all along, had called the police. But there were never knocks on the door, never questions. Just silence, and the crushing weight of knowing how close I had come to losing all control. I often sat in front of the mirror, trying to understand the person staring back at me. How admiration had twisted into fixation, how loneliness had justified trespass. There was no easy explanation, no clean redemption. I never saw her again. Maybe she moved. Maybe I simply stopped looking hard enough. But part of me hopes she never knew, that her life went on untouched, unaware of the darkness that once shadowed her steps. I'm not proud of any of it. I still carry the guilt, the shame, the fear of what I could have become. It's a reminder, constant and unrelenting, of how easy it is to lose yourself when no one is watching. It's Story 10. I was 13 when I started noticing the changes in my brother. Jacob used to be the kind of guy who helped our neighbors carry groceries and walked me home from school. Then he started staying out late, coming home with bruised knuckles and a look in his eyes that didn't belong to the brother I knew. My parents fought more often, their voices rising through the walls as they argued about where he went and who he was with. At first, they tried to brush it off as a phase, something he would grow out of. But phases don't come with late-night phone calls from strangers or wads of cash hidden under floorboards. He stopped looking us in the eye, especially Mom, who cried quietly at the dinner table more nights than I could count. Dad started drinking again, even though he'd been sober since before I was born. Jacob's friends changed too. They stopped being the boys he played video games with and became older men who smelled like smoke and spoke in hushed tones. I'd see them hanging around our driveway, always watching, never smiling. One of them once winked at me as I walked past, and I remember feeling a chill run down my spine. Our house didn't feel like home anymore. It felt like a place where secrets lived in the walls and tension clung to the air like smoke. Mom stopped decorating for holidays, and Dad rarely left his chair in the living room. Every day felt like we were holding our breath, waiting for something to break. Then the police showed up one night. Blue and red lights painted our living room walls as Jacob was led away in handcuffs, his face expressionless, his gaze focused on the ground. Mom screamed his name, tried to reach for him, but the officer blocked her path. I just stood there, frozen, watching the boy who used to read me bedtime stories disappear into the back of a police cruiser. He was gone for a few months before we saw him again. Juvenile detention, they said. He came back quieter, leaner, with new tattoos that he wouldn't explain. Mom held on to him, cried into his shoulder, whispering prayers that things would be different this time. But the change didn't last long. Within weeks, he was back out with the same people, slipping out through the window at night. His return hadn't fixed anything, it had just reminded us of what we'd lost. Dad barely spoke to him, their relationship shattered beyond repair. I tried to reach him, to ask him why, but he'd just shake his head and walk away. One night, I heard shouting outside. I looked out my window and saw Jacob yelling at one of his so-called friends, waving his arms and looking desperate. The other guy shoved him hard, said something I couldn't hear, then got in his car and drove off. Jacob stood there alone in the dark, hands on his head, breathing hard. The next morning, Mom found a gun hidden under his bed. She screamed, and Jacob rushed into the room, trying to take it from her. Dad intervened, and the two of them fought, punches thrown, furniture broken, blood smeared on the kitchen tile. That was the day Dad kicked him out. He slept on couches for a while, sometimes showing up at our door in the middle of the night, asking for food or a shower. Mom always let him in, even when Dad told her not to. I started noticing the way her hands trembled when she washed the dishes, how she flinched at sudden noises. We were all unraveling, one thread at a time. Jacob got arrested again, armed robbery this time. He was 20 by then, no longer a minor, and the sentence was harsher. I didn't go to the trial, but I watched Mom age 10 years in the span of one. She stopped going to church, stopped calling her friends, and spent most of her time sitting in his empty room, holding a framed photo of him as a child. Dad grew more distant. He buried himself in work, came home late, and drank until he passed out in front of the TV. The few times he and Mom did speak, it always ended in silence or slamming doors. I tried to stay out of their way, focusing on school, on pretending I was okay when inside I felt like I was slowly drowning. Letters came from prison, filled with apologies and promises. Mom read every one, crying over the ink-stained pages like they were holy scripture. She wrote back faithfully, telling him to stay strong, to pray, to believe in redemption. I never wrote him, I didn't know what to say. Years passed, but the damage lingered. I graduated high school with honors, but there was no celebration, no party. Just a dinner in silence, Mom smiling through tears and Dad staring off into nothing. Jacob missed it, of course. He missed everything. When I left for college, it felt like escaping a burning house. I didn't look back, didn't call much. Being away gave me space to breathe, to remember who I was before everything fell apart. But guilt followed me like a shadow, whispering that I'd abandoned them when they needed me. Jacob eventually got out on parole. He called Mom first. She cried for an hour after that call, and then she started preparing his room again. Dad didn't say much, just muttered something about mistakes and consequences before walking out the door. I came home for a visit not long after. Jacob was there, thinner, quieter, older in a way that didn't match his age. He hugged me like someone afraid I'd vanish. We sat on the porch that night, not saying much, just listening to the wind rustle through the trees. He said he was trying to change, that he'd found work and was staying clean. I wanted to believe him, needed to believe him, but I'd seen hope burn out too many times. Still, I nodded and told him I was proud. He smiled, and for a second, I saw a glimpse of the brother I used to know. Story 11. It started with a knock on my door late one evening, the kind that's too loud and insistent to ignore. I opened it to find Ray. an old acquaintance from high school who I hadn't seen in years. His face was drawn tight with worry, and there was an edge to his voice that made me uneasy. He didn't say hello, just asked if I had a minute to talk, and before I could say anything, he stepped inside. Ray had always been a bit of a troublemaker, but I never imagined he'd get involved in anything serious. He looked different now, heavier, more jittery. He explained that he'd gotten into some bad situations recently, things that had gotten out of hand. I didn't understand at first, but then he said the words I never expected to hear. He needed my help with a job, a small favor that would pay well. At that point, I should have turned him away, but something in his eyes, a desperation I couldn't ignore, made me hesitate. I asked him what kind of job it was, and Ray avoided my gaze for a moment. He said it wasn't anything dangerous, just a quick job to get some cash. He painted a picture of a local jewelry store, how it was going to be a simple in and out job, and all we needed to do was grab the goods and leave. The more he spoke, the more my mind screamed for me to walk away, but I was broke and desperate myself. I didn't have the strength to say no. Ray explained that there would be two others involved, a guy named Tony and a woman, Lisa, who I'd never met. The plan seemed straightforward enough. Ray would handle the inside, Tony would be the lookout, and I'd stay by the getaway car, ready to drive. It sounded like a robbery, sure, but not the kind of thing that would get anyone hurt, right? It was just a theft, a way to make some quick cash without anyone getting seriously hurt. The night of the robbery came faster than I expected, and as we sat in the parked car outside the jewelry store, I felt the weight of what I was about to do pressing down on me. Ray and Lisa went inside, leaving Tony and me to keep watch. The minutes felt like hours as I sat in the driver's seat, trying to keep my breathing steady. I kept telling myself it wasn't too late to back out, that I could just drive away and leave them to deal with it, but my hands gripped the wheel too tightly to move. At first, everything seemed to go according to plan. I saw Ray and Lisa come out of the store with bags in hand, looking calm and collected. Tony gave me a thumbs up, and I started the engine, ready to pull away. But as I turned the corner, everything went wrong. Suddenly, police sirens blared from behind us, and I felt a cold chill shoot through me. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw two cop cars speeding toward us, their lights flashing bright red and blue. Ray screamed at me to go faster, but my foot was already pressing down on the pedal, my heart pounding in my chest. I made a sharp turn down an alley, but the cops were right on our tail. I was panicking, trying to think of a way out, but nothing was coming to mind. The streets were narrow, and every turn felt like a dead end. I could hear Ray shouting in the back seat, but I couldn't focus on his voice. All I could hear was the sirens, louder and closer. We hit a dead end, and my stomach dropped. There was nowhere to go. The car was boxed in, the cops surrounding us. I slammed on the brakes and pulled the car to a stop, my hands shaking uncontrollably. Ray cursed and shoved open the door, but before he could make a run for it, the cops were on him. Lisa was still in the store, but I could see her, standing frozen in the window, watching the chaos unfold. I knew we were screwed, and in that moment, I realized I'd never felt more trapped in my life. The officers dragged Ray to the ground, his arms twisted behind his back. Tony made a break for it, but the cops were faster. I saw him tackled to the pavement, his body slamming hard against the concrete. I sat in the car, frozen, too terrified to move. My mind raced, replaying everything that had led me here, and I knew I couldn't run. They would find me, eventually. The cops were shouting at me now, demanding I step out of the vehicle. I had no choice but to obey. My legs felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds as I climbed out of the car, my hands raised in surrender. One of the officers grabbed me roughly by the arm, pulling me toward the patrol car. I kept thinking that this couldn't be happening, that I could still somehow talk my way out of this, but the reality of it all hit me like a punch to the gut. At the station, they separated me from the others. Ray was sitting in a holding cell, his face bruised, and Tony was pacing back and forth, his eyes wild. Lisa was nowhere to be seen, and I figured they'd probably found her by now. They questioned me for what felt like hours, trying to get me to confess to the robbery. I kept saying I didn't know anything, that I was just the driver, but I could see in their eyes that they didn't believe me. The charges came down hard and fast. Robbery, conspiracy, and, worst of all, assault with a deadly weapon. It was a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. My bail was set high, and even though I had some money saved up, it wasn't enough. I had to call my family, something I never thought I'd do. They came to see me, disappointment written all over their faces, but I didn't care. I was so far and over my head that nothing else mattered. I was eventually sentenced to several years in prison for my part in the robbery. Ray and Tony got similar sentences, and we all parted ways, leaving the wreckage of our lives behind. Lisa was never found, and I heard rumors that she'd gone underground, out of the country, escaping the consequences of our actions. The only thing that kept me going was the knowledge that I had made a choice, a bad one, but one I could never undo. I was the one who had been coerced, and in the end, it didn't matter. What mattered was that I had allowed it to happen. Story 12. I always thought my neighbor Jim was a little off. He kept to himself most of the time, never really socialized, but that didn't bother me. People like Jim weren't uncommon in our quiet suburban neighborhood. He worked as a mechanic, lived alone, and didn't seem to have much going on. He always waved when he saw me, but that was the extent of our interaction. It wasn't that Jim was rude, just reserved. I'd see him leaving for work early in the morning or coming home late at night, his truck engine rumbling as he drove into his garage. His house was always quiet, no lights or sounds late at night. Some people thought it was strange, but I always figured he just enjoyed his solitude. I didn't think much of it until the police showed up. It was a Tuesday morning when I first noticed something was off. I was in the yard trimming the hedges when I saw the flashing blue and red lights of a police car reflected in Jim's windows. At first, I thought it was some kind of mistake, a traffic stop or something insignificant. But when another squad car pulled up, and then another, I felt a chill crawl up my spine. I watched from my front lawn as officers swarmed Jim's house. Curiosity gnawed at me, so I walked a little closer, keeping my distance. I could see the police were focused on the back of the house, talking to someone who looked like they were taking notes. Then, I saw something that made my stomach drop. They were pulling a tarp from Jim's backyard, revealing what looked like a large, heavy object underneath. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt a sudden dread I couldn't explain. The officers began searching the property, peering into windows, and calling out to one another. I felt like I was standing in the middle of a nightmare, watching a scene unfold that I couldn't comprehend. I turned around, ready to retreat back to my house, but I froze when I saw Jim. He had stepped outside, his face pale and expressionless. He looked at the officers but didn't say anything. His hands were shoved in his pockets, and his gaze was distant, almost too calm for someone who was watching his life unravel. I had to know what was going on. I approached one of the officers who was standing near the curb, trying to act casual. "What's going on?" I asked, trying to sound like I wasn't dying to know. The officer glanced at me, his face hard. "Just stay back, sir," he said, his tone stern. "This is a crime scene." I backed away, but my mind was racing. A crime scene? What had Jim done? My thoughts were jumbled, but the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. I remembered the late nights, the quietness, the way Jim had always seemed so disconnected. I never really knew him, not the way I thought I did. But could he really be capable of something terrible? Could my neighbor, the guy I waved at every morning, be a murderer? Hours passed, and I couldn't tear myself away. I stood inside my house, peering through the window, hoping for some kind of answer. The police had moved inside, and there was an eerie stillness to the whole scene. My phone buzzed, and I checked it to see a message from my wife. "What's going on next door? Is Jim okay?" I didn't have an answer for her, just a growing sense of unease. Finally, around noon, the police left, but they didn't leave with empty hands. They took Jim with them, cuffed and silent, without a word to anyone. I watched as they loaded him into a squad car and drove away. I felt like I was in a daze, like the world around me had shifted into something unrecognizable. I had lived next to this man for years, shared casual greetings, even waved to him just a few days ago, and now he was being taken away in handcuffs. For what? Me. That afternoon, rumors started circulating in the neighborhood. People gathered in small groups, whispering about what they thought had happened. Some said Jim was a serial killer. Others speculated he had murdered someone close to him. I tried to avoid the gossip, but it was hard not to get swept up in it. Everyone was so sure they knew what had happened, but no one knew the truth. It wasn't until the next day that the police released a statement. The news hit the local channels, and that's when I found out the truth. Jim had been arrested for the murder of a woman who had been missing for over 2 weeks. The woman, whose name was Sarah, had lived in a nearby town and had apparently been in a relationship with Jim. The police had found evidence linking him to her disappearance, and the tarp they had uncovered in his backyard was where her body had been hidden. The shock of it hit me like a punch to the gut. Jim, the man who I had waved to and shared small talk with, had killed someone. I had never suspected anything. Not once had I ever thought about him being capable of something so violent. But now, the pieces started to fall into place. The little things I had ignored: his secrecy, his isolation, the strange late-night hours. I couldn't help but replay every interaction I'd ever had with Jim. Had I missed something? Had there been any signs? But there was nothing. He had seemed so normal, so ordinary. I thought about how he'd always been polite, how he never caused any trouble, how we'd exchanged pleasantries over the fence on countless occasions. There had been nothing that made me think he was capable of murder. The trial came months later, and it was even more unsettling to watch. Jim sat in the courtroom, cold and distant, his eyes never meeting anyone else's. His defense team argued that he was innocent, but the evidence against him was overwhelming. It was clear to everyone Jim was a cold-blooded killer, and I had lived next door to him all this time, completely unaware. I'll never forget that day when the police showed up. It shattered everything I thought I knew about my quiet, unassuming neighbor. It made me realize how little we actually know about the people we live alongside. How we can share a life, a space, a town, and never really know what lies beneath the surface. Jim wasn't the man I thought he was. He was someone else entirely, someone I would never have suspected in a million years. Story 13. It all happened on an ordinary Tuesday. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the sidewalk as I walked home from the bus stop. My phone buzzed in my pocket, but before I could even glance at the screen, I felt a sharp pressure on my arm. In one swift motion, I was pulled into the back of a van, the door slamming shut behind me. The force of the movement took me by surprise, and my heart pounded as I struggled against the grip of the person holding me. I didn't have time to scream before a cloth was pressed to my face, and everything went black. The world around me faded as I was knocked unconscious, the sound of the van's engine roaring in my ears. My last clear thought before losing consciousness was the terrifying realization that I didn't know who was behind this, or why. All I could think about was how helpless I felt, trapped in a situation I never saw coming. When I woke up, I was lying on a cold, hard floor. My hands were tied behind my back, and my head throbbed, as if the world had just collided with me. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the dim light in the room. The air smelled stale, and the walls were covered in peeling paint, giving the place a sense of neglect. I tried to move, but the ropes that bound my wrists were tight, restricting any attempt to free myself. I wasn't alone. In the corner of the room, a man stood, his face shadowed by the low light. He didn't speak at first, just watched me with cold, calculating eyes. His appearance was unremarkable, almost forgettable, but there was something in his stare that made my skin crawl. He didn't seem in a hurry, almost as if he was waiting for me to process what was happening. And I did slowly. The fear began to settle in, spreading through my chest like wildfire. "Who are you? What do you want?" My voice sounded small, weak, but I had to ask. I had to know. The man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stepped closer, his shoes scraping against the floor, a sound that made my breath catch. "You'll find out soon enough," he said, his voice low and calm, almost too calm. "But for now, just stay quiet." The next few days were a blur. I had no concept of time. The man would come and go, sometimes bringing food or water, sometimes just staring at me from across the room. He never said much, just watched me, his gaze always cold, calculating. I tried to escape, tried to break free from the ropes or find a way out of the room, but there was nothing. The room was locked tight, and I was utterly alone. I had no idea where I was. There were no windows, no signs of life outside the room. I couldn't hear anything, no sounds of traffic, no voices. It was as if I had been placed in some sort of isolated prison. Each passing hour felt like an eternity, and I found myself questioning everything I had ever known. Was I ever going to leave this place? Whoa. Would anyone even notice I was gone? Then, on the fourth day, something changed. The door creaked open, and I heard footsteps approaching. This time, it wasn't just the man. There was another figure with him, someone I hadn't seen before. A woman. She looked around my age, but there was nothing comforting about her presence. Her eyes were wide, almost frantic, and her face was pale. "You should eat," she said quietly, almost pleading, as she set a plate of food in front of me. I didn't know whether to trust her, but my hunger won out. and I took a bite. She didn't speak again, but her eyes lingered on me for a moment longer before she turned and left, the door closing behind her with a soft click. I was left with more questions than answers. Who was she? Was she a prisoner like me, or was she somehow involved in what was happening? I couldn't make sense of it. All I could do was sit there staring at the door, waiting for the next shift in the terrifying game I had been dragged into. As the days stretched on, I started to notice things. Small details that seemed insignificant at first, but over time began to piece together into a chilling puzzle. I noticed the woman's quick glances toward me whenever she brought me food, the slight hesitation in her step when she left. I also noticed the way the man would sometimes leave the room, only to return shortly afterward with a strange, satisfied look on his face. There was something about their interactions that suggested they were both playing parts in a larger, more sinister plan. But then, on the 7th day, the man came in with a sharp, jagged knife. My heart skipped a beat as he approached, his eyes cold and calculating. "We need to talk," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "I'm going to ask you some questions, and I expect answers." My throat tightened, and I could feel the blood rushing in my ears. This was it. This was when it would end. My mind raced, trying to think of anything that could get me out of this situation. But there was nothing. I was powerless. Helpless. Yeah. The man crouched down in front of me, his face just inches from mine. "Who do you work for?" he asked, his voice steady but laced with threat. "What do you know about us?" I didn't know how to answer. I had no idea who he was or who we referred to. My mind was a whirlwind, spinning with fear and confusion. "I don't know what you're talking about," I stammered, my voice shaky. "Please, just let me go." The man's expression didn't change. He didn't seem angry, just focused, almost bored. He stood up and walked toward the door, his footsteps echoing in the silence. "You'll talk eventually," he said, his words lingering in the air long after he left. "Everyone does." The door slammed shut again, and I was alone once more. The words haunted me. What did he mean by everyone does? Was there something more to this than just a kidnapping? Were they after something specific? And more importantly, would I survive long enough to find out? Story 14. I grew up in a house that felt like a fortress, secure and silent. My father, always quiet and mysterious, worked long hours, rarely discussing what he did or where he went. My mother was gentle, always caring for us with a smile that never seemed to falter, but there was something in her eyes, something that hinted at secrets she kept locked away. As a child, I never questioned it. I thought every family was like ours, private, but full of love. It wasn't until I was a teenager that I began to notice the strange behavior. My father would come home late at night, his clothes often disheveled, his face unusually calm despite the long hours. He never spoke about his work, but his eyes would always flicker to the window, always watching, always waiting for something. I asked him once why he didn't talk about his job, and he only smiled, ruffling my hair, telling me some things were better left unsaid. Then there were the phone calls, the late-night ones. I never understood the conversations, just snippets of hushed voices, hurried words. I often overheard my mother on the phone too, whispering things I didn't understand, phrases like "the deal is set" or "we'll need to move quickly." They always spoke in a way that made me feel like an outsider in my own home, as if I were too young to grasp the weight of their words. The first real clue came when I was 17. I found an old photograph tucked in a drawer, a picture of my father standing with several men, all of them in dark suits, all of them with serious faces. The background looked unfamiliar, dark, and I couldn't place it. I asked my mother about it, but she simply closed the drawer and told me it was from an old friend's wedding, nothing important. But something in her voice made me doubt her words. As the years passed, I started hearing more rumors about my father. I was in high school when a classmate, trying to sound tough, mentioned his name in passing. "Your dad's that guy who's always in the news, right? You know, the one who runs everything behind the scenes." At first, I laughed it off, thinking it was just gossip, but the more I heard, the more I wondered if there was truth to it. Still, I pushed it aside, too wrapped up in my own teenage world to confront my suspicions. It wasn't until I turned 20 that everything changed. I came home one evening to find my mother pacing the living room, her face pale and tense. She didn't even look up when I walked in, her mind elsewhere. My father wasn't there. He hadn't been there for hours, and the house felt different, cold, as if something was terribly wrong. That night, I overheard a conversation between my parents that shattered everything I thought I knew. My mother's voice was trembling, and my father's tone was low and harsh. "They're getting too close," he said. "If they find out, everything is ruined." I tried to make sense of their words, but it was like a veil had been lifted, revealing a side of my father I had never seen. The next day, my father was gone. When he returned, he was different, tired, nervous, like he had been carrying a heavy burden. He didn't speak of the conversation, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted, something had broken in the air around us. The house felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. It wasn't long before the police came. They knocked at the door, their faces unreadable, and asked questions about my father's whereabouts. They never gave any details, but I could see the way they looked at him when he stepped out to speak with them. It was like they already knew everything. They were asking him questions I didn't understand, and that's when the truth started to sink in. I was the child of a criminal mastermind. My father was more than just a businessman. He was the head of a vast underground operation. Drugs, money laundering, arms deals, he was involved in everything. The photograph I had found wasn't from a wedding, it was a picture of him with associates from dangerous, powerful organizations. The whispered conversations, the strange behavior, the tension in the air, it all made sense now. I confronted my father that night, my heart pounding in my chest. "Is it true?" I demanded. He didn't answer immediately, but when he did, his words were calm, measured, like he had been preparing for this moment for years. "I never wanted this life for you," he said, his voice heavy with regret. "But it's too late now. It's been too late for a long time." My world tilted on its axis. The man I had trusted my whole life, the man who had been my hero, was a criminal, a mastermind behind a web of illegal enterprises that stretched across the globe. He had kept me in the dark, protected me from the truth for years, but now there was no hiding from it. I felt betrayed, not just by him, but by everything I had ever believed about my family. The next few days were a blur of police raids, reporters at our doorstep, and the realization that nothing would ever be the same. My father was arrested, his empire crumbling around him, and my mother, once so composed, was lost in a haze of shock and grief. She had known, of course. She had to have known. But she had never told me, never warned me, and now I felt like I didn't even know who she was anymore. As the news spread, so did the consequences. I was dragged into the spotlight, my life dissected by the media, my name associated with my father's crimes. Friends distanced themselves, and I became a pariah in my own town. I couldn't go anywhere without hearing whispers, without feeling the weight of judgment on my shoulders. I couldn't escape who I was, who my father was. In the end, my father was sentenced to life in prison. My mother and I moved away, trying to rebuild our lives, but the shadow of my father's actions would never leave us. I never spoke to him again after that night, never looked him in the eyes again. He had been a stranger to me for years, and now the truth had made him even more distant. Story 15. I was born into chaos. The kind of household where you didn't know what would set things off. My father had a temper that flared at the slightest provocation, sometimes over nothing at all. My mother would cry and try to calm him down, but it was useless. We learned early on that survival meant staying quiet, staying out of sight, and praying that the storm would pass without us being caught in it. I grew up in the shadow of violence, watching it, hearing it, feeling it in my bones. My siblings and I would sit in our rooms, pretending to study or sleep, but we were always listening. The sound of fists against flesh, the crash of furniture, my mother's pleas, it became background noise, a part of our lives we had no choice but to endure. I'd ask myself why it had to be like this, but there were no answers. By the time I hit adolescence, I had started to mirror the behavior I'd seen for so long. It was subtle at first, a sharp word here, a shove there. I didn't think much of it. It felt normal to express frustration that way. I'd been conditioned to believe that when you were angry, you had every right to make someone else feel your pain. In the schoolyard, I wasn't the biggest kid, but I was known for being quick to snap. The smallest slight, a comment, or even a look that I didn't like could set me off. By the time I was 16, I was a different person. The violent outbursts had become a part of me, and I could no longer separate myself from the things I'd witnessed growing up. I wasn't just angry anymore. I was a ticking time bomb. My relationship with my mother had soured, and my father had long since disappeared into the depths of his own self-destruction. I found solace in anger, in being the one who could control the chaos for once. I remember the first time I hit someone. It wasn't a fight, it was a premeditated act of violence. I didn't hesitate. The anger had built up over weeks of being disrespected, ignored, and belittled by those around me. I thought I was defending myself, asserting control over a world that had been cruel and unfair. But when the blood hit the pavement and the cries of the victim filled my ears, something in me snapped. I didn't feel powerful. I felt empty, like the violence had drained whatever humanity was left inside me. From there, it only got worse. I found myself in more and more fights, never truly understanding why I felt this overwhelming urge to hurt others. I wasn't proud of what I was becoming, but I didn't know how to stop. Every time I thought I could walk away from it, the rage would pull me back in. It was easier to lash out than to face the ugly truth, that I was just like my father, perpetuating a cycle I had once vowed to escape. One night, things escalated with a friend. We'd been drinking and talking about life, but something he said triggered something inside me. It wasn't even a big deal, just a comment I didn't like. But the next thing I knew, I was on top of him, fists pounding into his chest. I didn't even recognize myself in that moment, and when I finally stopped, the realization hit me like a ton of bricks. I had become the monster I feared most. I had become the person I promised myself I'd never be. It wasn't long before my life started to spiral. I lost friends, lost respect, and almost lost control. The guilt weighed heavily on me, but I didn't know how to change. I had no role model, no support system, and no way out of the cycle. I was trapped in a prison of my own making, surrounded by the broken pieces of relationships I had destroyed. But something shifted one night. I was sitting alone in my apartment, replaying everything in my mind, when the weight of it all came crashing down on me. I wasn't happy. I wasn't strong. I was just someone who had hurt others because I didn't know how to deal with my own pain. I knew then that I couldn't keep going down this path. I needed to face the demons I had been running for my whole life. But that meant facing myself, which was the hardest thing I had ever done. I started small therapy sessions, reading self-help books, talking to people who understood. The road to redemption wasn't easy, and at times it felt like I wasn't making any progress at all. But the more I tried to change, the more I realized just how deeply ingrained the violence had become in me. It wasn't something I could just undo overnight. It took years of work, of peeling back the layers of anger and pain I had built up over the years. I had to forgive myself, which was the hardest part. I had spent so many years hating the person I had become, convinced that I was beyond redemption. But I learned that healing didn't mean forgetting what I had done. It meant acknowledging the damage I had caused and vowing to do better. It was about taking responsibility for my actions, even when it hurt. Eventually, I found peace. It didn't come easily, and it didn't come quickly, but I found it. I stopped blaming my past for my behavior and started taking ownership of my future. I began volunteering with organizations that worked with at-risk youth, trying to give them the guidance and support I never had. It wasn't enough to undo the harm I'd caused, but it was something. It was a step toward making amends for the damage I had done. Today, I look back on those years with regret, but I also see how far I've come. I know that I will never be perfect, but I have learned that it's possible to change, to break free from the patterns that were set before me. The road is long, and sometimes I still battle with the anger that once controlled me, but I fight it every day. I won't be that person again. I refuse to be. Story 16. I never knew my father. My mother often told me that he left before I was born, a story I accepted without question. She spoke of him in passing, never with much emotion, more like a footnote in the story of her life. I grew up without him, with only her love and a distant curiosity about who he might have been. As I got older, I began to ask more questions. My mother remained vague, claiming he was troubled and that his departure was for the best. But her reluctance only fueled my desire to know more. When I turned 18, I started searching for any records I could find about him. His name, as I soon discovered, was John Carter. It was a random Google search that led me to the first unsettling clue. I found an old newspaper article from the 1980s, detailing a string of unsolved murders across several states. The headline read, "Fugitive remains at large serial killer known for distinctive markings." I clicked on the link, my heart pounding as I skimmed the story. The killer, who had evaded capture for years, was described as a man in his mid-30s, dark-haired and elusive. The description sounded eerily familiar, and when I read further, a chilling realization sank in. The name of the prime suspect was John Carter. I couldn't breathe. It felt like the room had shrunk around me, my vision narrowing. Could it be the same man? Could my father, the man I had been searching for, be the same person connected to these murders? I had to know. The more I searched, the more disturbing details came to light. The killings, which began in the late 1970s, followed a grim pattern. Young women abducted, held for days, and left in isolated locations with cryptic messages written near their bodies. They called him the Whisperer, a name that seemed to fit the cruel anonymity of his actions. The more I read, the more it became clear that the authorities had no real leads. They speculated that the killer had lived in various cities under different aliases. I felt sick to my stomach. I had known his name, but I hadn't truly known him. How could the man who was once my father, the man who had created me, have been capable of such horrors? The question gnawed at me for days. I confronted my mother, though I wasn't sure what I expected. When I asked her about John Carter, about the murders, her face drained of color. Her hands trembled as she told me to stop asking. She finally broke down, her voice barely a whisper, as she confessed that she had known all along. She had never wanted me to know the truth, never wanted me to carry the legacy of a man who had been a monster. She told me that John had come into her life when she was young, charming and full of promise. They had a brief but passionate relationship, and when she found out she was pregnant, he was already gone. She hadn't known the full extent of his past, she said. But once I was born, she started hearing rumors, whispers about him, how he had a history of violence, how he had been involved in strange disappearances. By the time she had connected the dots, it was too late to run. He was already long gone, and she was left with me, a constant reminder of his dark legacy, and I couldn't process what she was saying. I wanted to scream, to shout, to demand answers, but all I could do was listen. My mind spun with confusion and disbelief. How could I be the daughter of someone so monstrous? Was there a part of him in me? I felt trapped in a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. The next few weeks were a blur. I couldn't stop thinking about what my mother had said, about the twisted fate that had led to my existence. I found myself scrolling through old news articles, trying to piece together the fragments of his life, to understand how he had become a killer. The deeper I went, the darker it got. The murders weren't just random acts of violence, they were calculated, almost ritualistic. I found mention of a journal, a collection of his thoughts, but it had never been recovered. I couldn't help but wonder if it was still out there, a window into his twisted mind. The thought of confronting him, of finding him, became an obsession. The case had gone cold, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there somewhere. What had driven him to kill? Was he still alive? Did he ever think about me? I began to scour social media, hoping for any hint, any trace of his presence. There were no leads, nothing that pointed directly to him, but I couldn't let go. The need to know, to understand, consumed me. One day I decided to visit the town where he had been last seen. It was a small, quiet place, nestled in the hills, far from the chaos of city life. I rented a car and drove there alone, the weight of the decision heavy on my shoulders. As I walked through the town streets, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, that I wasn't alone in my quest. The people there were quiet, reserved, almost as though they were hiding something. I made my way to the local library, where I hoped to find old records, anything that could shed light on his last known whereabouts. The librarian was an older woman, and when I mentioned John Carter, her expression changed. She didn't want to speak about him, but after a few minutes of coaxing, she reluctantly handed me a file. It was thin, filled with old newspaper clippings and reports of sightings, but one thing stood out: a photograph. It was a grainy image of a man walking into a bar, but the caption sent chills down my spine. John Carter, 1985, last known location. Story 17. It was a warm evening when everything changed. I was at Sarah's apartment, sitting on her couch, talking about everything and nothing. She had just moved into a new place, and we were planning to go out for dinner, laughing about our old stories from high school. Everything seemed normal, peaceful even, until the doorbell rang. Sarah froze, her hand still on the wine glass she'd just poured. I noticed her eyes narrow, her expression shifting from relaxed to something else, something uneasy. She didn't say anything at first, just walked to the door slowly, peeking through the peephole. I felt a chill run through me, though I couldn't explain why. She turned back to me, her face pale. "It's him," she whispered, her voice shaky. Before I could ask who, she unlocked the door and opened it a crack, just enough to peek outside. I saw a shadow standing there, tall and imposing. His voice was low, and although I couldn't hear what he said, I could see Sarah's body tense. She stepped back into the apartment, closing the door with a soft click. "I'm sorry," she muttered, looking at me apologetically. "I'll be right back. Stay here." I sat there, feeling strange, like something bad was about to happen. My phone buzzed, and I glanced at the screen. It was a text from Sarah. "Don't come out. Please." The message was clear and urgent, but before I could even respond, the sound of a muffled argument started from the hallway. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable. It was violent, rising in intensity. I stood up, heart pounding, not knowing what to do. The door was slightly ajar, and I could hear Sarah's voice now, pleading, "Just go. Please, just leave." Then, a loud thud echoed through the apartment, a sickening noise that made my blood run cold. I rushed to the door, pushing it open slightly, my breath catching in my throat. What I saw made my stomach turn. Sarah was on the floor, her body trembling. The man who had been standing outside was now standing over her, a knife in his hand, glinting in the dim hallway light. He was shouting at her, his words slurred with anger, but I couldn't understand them. My legs felt like they were made of lead, and for a moment I couldn't move. My eyes locked on Sarah's. She was staring back at me, her face pale, but it wasn't fear I saw, it was pleading, begging me to do something. I wanted to scream, but no sound came. I wanted to run, but my body was frozen in place. The man raised the knife, and I saw it happen in slow motion. His arm came down with a brutal force, and Sarah's body jerked violently. I gasped, my hand over my mouth, my knees buckling as I collapsed against the doorframe. The man turned, his eyes catching mine. There was no remorse, no fear in his expression. Just a cold emptiness that made my blood run colder than before. He took a step toward me, and my fight or flight instinct kicked in. I backed away, terrified, but somehow I managed to run. I stumbled through the living room, grabbing my phone as I went, dialing 911 with shaking hands. When the police arrived, the man was gone. Sarah was still there, her body motionless. a pool of blood staining the carpet. I was too numb to feel anything at first, just the shock of what I had witnessed. The officers tried to console me, but all I could think about was Sarah's face, the terror in her eyes. I couldn't forget it, no matter how hard I tried. In the days that followed, I couldn't escape the images that haunted me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Sarah's lifeless body, her face frozen in a final expression of fear. I couldn't go back to my own apartment for days. I stayed at a friend's place, but no matter where I was, the nightmare followed me. Elsus de Nestolers. Every knock on the door, every shadow in the corner of my eye made my heart race. But I knew he was still out there. I knew he'd come for me next. The police were no help. They didn't have any leads, and the man had disappeared without a trace. They told me to stay calm, to carry on with my life, but how could I? The man who had taken Sarah's life was still out there, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was next on his list. I started locking the doors and windows every night, double-checking everything. I couldn't shake the fear that he would slip in while I was sleeping. I stopped answering the doorbell, stopped going out alone. I couldn't trust anyone. Every person I saw, every face I passed on the street, became a potential threat. I couldn't relax, couldn't let my guard down for even a second. It consumed me, this constant paranoia, this constant fear that I was being watched. I started losing weight, barely eating, barely sleeping. Then came the messages. At first, it was just one, slipped under my door. "You saw too much," it said, scrawled in messy handwriting. I couldn't breathe when I read it, the words sinking into my skin like ice. The next day, there was another note, this time on my car windshield. "I'm not finished with you." I contacted the police again, but they couldn't trace the notes. They assured me they were doing everything they could, but I knew the truth. The man who had killed Sarah was out there, and he was coming for me. I started carrying a pocket knife, a small measure of security that did little to quell the panic gnawing at me every day. Weeks passed, and the messages continued. I couldn't tell anyone. I couldn't burden my friends with this fear that had taken over my life. I started skipping work, started avoiding even the most mundane tasks. Every phone call, every knock at the door, every unexpected sound made my heart race. Story 18. It was supposed to be a quiet evening, just a walk to clear my mind after a long day. The sun had set, casting the streets in the soft glow of streetlights. I had taken a familiar route through the park near my apartment, a shortcut I often used when I wanted to avoid the busy main roads. The air was cool, and the chirping of crickets filled the silence around me. I hadn't planned to venture off the path, but something about the darkness beyond the trees beckoned. Curiosity got the better of me, and I found myself walking deeper into the park, where the trees grew thicker and the paths less worn. The air grew colder, the quiet more oppressive. That's when I saw it. Me this. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, maybe a pile of fallen leaves or debris. But as I stepped closer, my stomach churned with the realization that what I was seeing wasn't natural. There was a body lying in the underbrush, half hidden by the dense foliage. I froze, my heart pounding as I processed what I was looking at. The body was unnaturally still, its limbs twisted at odd angles. I should have turned around. I should have run, found help, or called the police immediately. But something rooted me to the spot. I couldn't look away. The figure was too still, too lifeless. It was like my body refused to react, as if I were trapped in a nightmare where every movement felt like it took an eternity. I took a few steps closer, my feet moving almost of their own accord. The air smelled wrong. There was a coppery scent in the breeze, and I realized with a sudden clarity that I was standing in the presence of death. I could see the blood pooling around the body, dark and thick in the dim light. It had soaked into the dirt, staining the ground beneath the lifeless figure. I felt my throat tighten as nausea rolled through me. Despite the overwhelming urge to turn away, my feet moved closer. The body was a man, perhaps in his 40s, wearing a jacket that looked out of place for the warm evening. His face was pale, his eyes wide open in a final frozen stare. His mouth was slightly ajar, as though he had tried to scream before it all ended. I wanted to scream, but my voice wouldn't come. As I knelt down to get a better look, I noticed something that sent a chill down my spine. His hands were tied behind his back with a coarse rope, and there were signs of struggle scrapes on the ground, crushed twigs and broken branches. It wasn't just a random death. This had been violent, intentional. Someone had made sure this man didn't escape. I wanted to leave, to run and forget what I'd seen. But instead, I found myself reaching for my phone, my hands trembling. I dialed 911, my breath coming in shallow gasps as I tried to keep my composure. The dispatcher answered quickly, and I tried to explain what I'd found, but my words felt jumbled and incoherent. "There's a man, a body, in the park," I managed to say. "Please help. Help." The dispatcher's voice was calm, reassuring, but I could hear the urgency beneath it. "Stay where you are. Help is on the way. Don't touch anything. Do you know where you are?" I looked around, trying to orient myself. The park was unfamiliar in the dark, and the shadows seemed to distort everything around me. I gave the dispatcher the best directions I could, though I wasn't sure if I could trust my bearings. The silence around me was deafening, broken only by my shaky breathing and the occasional distant sound of traffic. The wait felt like an eternity. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, the thumping pulse of panic as I remained kneeling by the body. I had done nothing to disturb the scene, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was somehow involved now. My mind raced with questions. Who was this man? What had happened to him? Who could be so cruel? I glanced back at the body, and that's when I saw something that made my blood run cold. A piece of paper was wedged under his hand, almost as if it had been deliberately placed there. I reached for it, despite every rational part of my mind screaming at me to leave it alone. My fingers brushed against the cold, damp paper, and I pulled it free. The note was simple, handwritten in black ink, but its message sent a shiver down my spine. "You should have kept walking." It wasn't signed, no clue to who had left it there or why. The words seemed to burn into my brain, a direct challenge, a taunt. Who had written this? Was it meant for me? I stuffed the note into my pocket, feeling like I was becoming part of something much bigger than I had ever intended. The sound of sirens cut through the quiet air, signaling that help was finally arriving. The flashing lights of police cars lit up the park as they approached, and I stood up quickly, my legs trembling with the sudden motion. Officers rushed past me, their eyes scanning the area with practiced efficiency. One of them looked at me, his expression unreadable. "Did you find the body?" he asked, his voice low and steady. I nodded, my throat tight. I called it in. I didn't touch anything. He nodded, glancing over at his partner, who was already crouching next to the body, examining the scene. The police worked quickly, securing the area, and I was pushed aside to make room for investigators. The scene was chaotic, but I felt like I didn't belong there, like I was an intruder who had crossed a line that shouldn't be crossed. I watched from a distance as the body was carefully examined, but my mind couldn't stop racing. That note, the words still echoing in my head. What did it mean? Had I stumbled into something far more dangerous than a simple murder? Was this just the beginning? As I was questioned by officers, I realized that I couldn't turn away from what I had seen. I couldn't forget the fear in that man's eyes, the coldness of his lifeless stare. The police assured me they would investigate, but I knew I would never be able to shake the feeling that I was somehow connected to it all. Story 19. The call came in just before dawn, a sharp, insistent ring that cut through the stillness of the morning. It was a routine report, an abandoned vehicle on the side of the road, possibly a crime scene, nothing we hadn't seen before. But something in the dispatcher's voice made me tense up, something in the way she paused before confirming the address. My gut told me this wouldn't be like the others. I arrived with my partner, Chris, a few minutes later. The scene was tucked away off a long stretch of road, hidden behind trees and an overgrown field. The car was parked under a street lamp, its headlights dim, casting long shadows on the cracked pavement. We approached cautiously, eyes scanning for signs of movement, but it was eerily quiet. No one was around, just the car and the dark, empty road. As we approached the vehicle, I felt a chill I couldn't shake. The car's interior was dark, except for the faint glow from the dashboard. The door was ajar, and the smell of something metallic hung in the air, something off. Chris opened the door, and I caught a glimpse of the interior. The driver's seat was empty, but there was a large red stain on the seat. My stomach turned. I stepped back, my hand instinctively reaching for my radio. We needed backup. We needed someone to check the surrounding area. Something wasn't right. Chris went to open the trunk. The latch clicked, and a cold breeze seemed to wash over me. When he lifted the lid, the sight that met us made my blood run cold. A body. It wasn't just any body, though. The woman inside had been bound, her face pale, eyes wide open, staring as though she had been waiting for someone. Her lips were cracked and dry, as if she had been there for days, maybe longer. The sight hit me like a punch to the gut. I knew what I was seeing was real, but it felt like a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. I tried to steady my breathing, focusing on my training. This was my job. I had been through it before, gruesome scenes, sudden violence, but nothing prepared me for this. Nothing prepared me for the hollow feeling in my chest, the way my hands shook as I reached for my phone to call for a crime scene investigator. I glanced at Chris, who was already muttering to himself, his face pale as he crouched beside the body. I could see the weight of the situation sinking in for him, too. The minutes stretched on as we waited for backup. A sense of unease settled over me, something beyond the usual tension of a crime scene. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I glanced around, but the road remained as empty as it had been when we arrived. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I tried to ignore it, focusing instead on the body in front of me, but it was hard to concentrate with the gnawing sense of dread growing stronger by the second. When the crime scene unit arrived, we stepped back, watching as they carefully processed the vehicle and the area. I knew they would take it from here, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the scene. I felt like I was drowning in it, like the details of this woman's last moments were imprinting themselves on my mind. The rope marks on her wrists, the faint bruising around her neck. Who had done this to her? Why? The questions piled up, each one adding weight to the burden already heavy on my chest. The investigator approached me, his face serious as he briefed me on the next steps. "This is bad," he said, looking at the body with a grim expression. "We'll need to run the usual checks, see if we can ID her. But we need to figure out what happened here. The way she was left, it's not just a random act. This was personal." He left me standing there, my mind spinning with his words. Personal? What could that mean? What kind of person would do something like this? The investigation stretched on for weeks, but the case never left my mind. I couldn't shake the image of her lifeless eyes, the emptiness that seemed to swallow her entire being. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face staring back at me. I couldn't understand how someone could do that to another person, how someone could be so cruel. I had seen death before, violent deaths, accidents, natural ones, but this was different. This was something darker, something that gnawed at the very core of who I was. The worst part was the silence. The woman's identity remained a mystery for days, and when it was finally revealed, it didn't bring the closure I had hoped for. Her name was Emily. She had been a young woman, a college student, someone's daughter, someone's friend. Her family had no idea why she had been targeted, why she had been left in that car, discarded like she didn't matter. No one had answers. No one had a motive. It felt like an empty void, an unsolved puzzle that would never come together. I went back to the scene once, long after the investigation had slowed. It wasn't to relive the horror, but to try and understand. I stood by the spot where her car had been, looking out at the road, trying to imagine what had happened here. What had she seen? Had she known her killer? Had she fought back? The questions were endless, but the answers never came. I couldn't let it go. I couldn't stop thinking about Emily, about her final moments. It became an obsession, a shadow that followed me even as I tried to push it away. I couldn't stop wondering who would want to do this to her, and why no one had noticed she was missing until it was too late. Her face haunted my dreams, her name a constant whisper in the back of my mind. The case eventually went cold. There were no leads, no suspects. The police tried to keep up hope, but it was clear that the chances of finding the person responsible were slim. I had seen it before, cases that went unanswered, that faded into the background of 1,000 other unsolved mysteries. But Emily's death, her disappearance, was different. It haunted me in a way I couldn't explain. I became distant, withdrawn. The job, the pressure, the faces of the victims, they all blurred together, each one blending into the next. But Emily's face, her empty eyes, never left me. She had become a part of me, a part of the weight I carried every day. I had seen too much, heard too much, and now I was trapped in the endless cycle of trying to make sense of it all. I don't know if I'll ever be able to forget what happened that day. I don't know if I'll ever be able to move past the image of Emily, cold and lifeless in that trunk. But I know this much: that crime scene, that woman, will stay with me forever. It will haunt me in ways I don't yet understand. And no matter how many cases I work, how many answers I find, it will always be there, lurking in the back of my mind. Story 20. I had always trusted Will. He was my best friend since childhood, the kind of person I thought I could count on no matter what. He had this charm about him, an easy smile that could convince anyone to follow him. So when he approached me one night, telling me about a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I didn't hesitate for a second. He said it would be simple, nothing dangerous, just a little bit of risk. He had a way of making everything sound so casual, like it was just a part of the adventure. All we had to do was follow a few instructions, deliver a package to a location, and wait for the payout. Will had this air of confidence that made everything seem too good to question. At first, I thought nothing of it. It wasn't like we hadn't done things before, late-night escapades that pushed our limits. But this time felt different, the stakes somehow higher, and Will seemed more eager than usual. The excitement in his eyes was contagious, and I found myself caught up in his enthusiasm. The night we set out to deliver the package, I remember the details clearly. We drove in silence, with only the sound of the engine and the occasional hum of the streetlights passing by. Will's fingers drummed nervously on the dashboard, a sign that something was off, but I dismissed it as pre-deal jitters. We arrived at a dilapidated building on the edge of town, the kind of place you never noticed unless you were specifically looking for it. As we pulled up, a man in a dark suit stepped out from behind the shadows. His eyes were cold, unblinking, and his presence sent an icy chill down my spine. Will exchanged a few words with him, his voice lower than usual, and then he handed over the package. I wasn't sure what was inside, but I didn't ask. Will had always handled the details, and I trusted him. That trust was about to be shattered. As we drove away, I asked Will what the package contained. He glanced at me with an almost nervous smile. "Nothing to worry about," he said, but there was an edge to his voice that I hadn't heard before. That's when I began to realize something was wrong. We'd never done anything like this. No delivery had ever felt so dangerous. But I pushed the thought aside, thinking it was just my nerves getting the best of me. The next day, everything changed. The news was all over the local channels, an explosion at the building we had just left. The police said it was a drug lab gone wrong, a volatile mix of chemicals igniting in a catastrophic explosion. I froze when I heard the details. The location, the description, it all matched the place we had visited. My heart began to race, and the implications of what I had just been a part of slowly started to sink in. I called Will immediately, but he didn't answer. I tried again and again, but there was no response. Panic set in as I realized that I didn't know the full extent of what I had gotten myself involved in. Will had always been the mastermind, the one with the plan, but now I was starting to feel like a pawn in something much bigger than I could have ever imagined. Days passed, and I didn't hear from Will. I started to feel the weight of the situation pressing down on me. I had unwittingly become part of something illegal, something dangerous. The thought that I might be implicated in the explosion gnawed at me, but it was the silence from Will that terrified me the most. I kept thinking back to his nervous demeanor, the way he hesitated before speaking, like he knew something was coming. Then, a week later, Will showed up at my door, looking like a ghost of the person I once knew. His face was pale, and his eyes were wide with fear. He barely spoke at first, just stood there on the threshold, breathing heavily. I stepped aside, letting him in, unsure of what to say. I had so many questions, so many things I needed to understand, but all I could do was stare at him, waiting for him to explain. "How could you do this?" I asked him, the anger rising in my voice. "What the hell happened, Will?" He looked at me, his expression hard, but I could see the fear in his eyes. "I didn't mean for any of this to happen," he said quietly. "It was supposed to be easy, just a delivery. But they found out who I was, what I was involved in. They knew everything." The weight of his words hit me like a punch to the gut. Will had gotten involved with people far beyond our control, far more dangerous than I could ever have imagined. He had been manipulated, just as I had been, and now we were both tangled in something that we couldn't escape. The next few days were a blur of fear and confusion. Will was paranoid, constantly looking over his shoulder, as if he expected someone to come crashing through the door at any moment. I started to feel like I was living in a nightmare, trapped in something I didn't understand. The police, the criminals, everyone was closing in, and I was too deep in it to find a way out. I tried to cut ties with Will, to leave everything behind, but it wasn't that simple. The people he had worked with weren't the kind of people you just walked away from. They had a hold on him, and now they had a hold on me too. I couldn't escape, no matter how hard I tried. I felt like I was drowning, each decision I made pulling me further under. One evening, as I was sitting in my living room, my phone rang. It was an unknown number, but I answered anyway, hoping it was Will, or at least someone who could explain what was going on. But the voice on the other end was unfamiliar, cold and detached. "We know what you've been involved in," the voice said, "and we don't like loose ends." That was the moment I realized how far gone I was. I had been duped, just as Will had, but the price was much higher now. There was no way out. My trust had been my downfall, and now I was trapped in a deadly game I never asked to play. Story 21. I remember the day I was arrested like it was yesterday, though it happened years ago. I was sitting at home, watching TV, when the door slammed open. 2 officers barged in, demanding that I come with them. Before I could even ask what was going on, I was cuffed and dragged out of my apartment, my heart racing in confusion. The charge was murder. The victim was a man I had known casually, someone I'd seen at the local bar a few times. His death was brutal. He had been stabbed multiple times in an alleyway just a few blocks from my place. When the police showed me a photo of the crime scene, my stomach twisted. I couldn't understand why they were pointing the finger at me. I didn't know anything about it, and I certainly hadn't killed anyone. Despite my protests, the evidence against me was overwhelming. They found fingerprints on the murder weapon, a knife that I had never seen before. My alibi was shaky at best. I was alone in my apartment at the time of the murder, but I had no way of proving it. The detectives were relentless, pressing me for information I didn't have. They told me I was guilty, and before I knew it, I was charged, tried, and convicted for something I didn't do. Prison was a hell I wasn't prepared for. I spent years fighting to prove my innocence, but every time I tried to talk to my lawyer, they told me there was nothing they could do. The evidence was too strong, and the jury had made their decision. I was just another number in a system that didn't care about the truth. It was a constant fight to keep my head above water, to not lose myself in the despair that swallowed the place. Then, one day, something unexpected happened. I was sitting in the common area, trying to ignore the noise around me, when a new inmate was brought in. His name was Marcus, and he was a strange one. He had an aura about him that was unsettling, something about the way he looked at people, like he knew things he shouldn't. At first, I didn't think much of it, but over time, I began to notice that he was different from the other inmates. He never seemed scared, never seemed to care about the consequences of his actions. One afternoon, while we were in the yard, Marcus approached me. He didn't ask about my case directly, but he seemed to know a lot about it. He mentioned the details of the murder, even things that only the killer could know. At first, I thought he was just talking out of his ass, trying to make himself seem important. But the more he spoke, the more I realized he was right about things I'd never told anyone. I asked him how he knew, but he just smiled and walked away. It wasn't long before Marcus and I started talking more often. He claimed to know something about my case, something that could prove I was innocent. He said he'd been watching the investigation from the inside, that the real killer was someone no one would ever suspect. I didn't believe him at first, but there was a part of me that couldn't shake the feeling that he was onto something. For the first time in years, I felt a spark of hope. Marcus told me he had evidence. He didn't explain exactly what it was, but he promised me that if I helped him, he would help me get out of prison. I wasn't sure what he was asking for, but I agreed. I had nothing to lose. Over the next few months, Marcus and I began working together, quietly and secretly. He had connections, people on the outside who were willing to help him dig into the case. We sent letters, made calls, and gathered information. Then, one day, Marcus dropped a bombshell. He had found a witness, someone who had seen the real murderer. The witness had been too scared to come forward, but Marcus had convinced them to talk. It was a breakthrough, something that could change everything for me. Marcus said he would make sure the witness was protected, but I needed to be patient. The wheels of justice turned slowly, but they were turning. Weeks passed, and I kept my fingers crossed that everything would work out. Every day, I sat in my cell, waiting for news. I couldn't shake the fear that it was all a trick, that Marcus was playing me just like everyone else had. But deep down, I trusted him. I didn't have much to go on, but the thought that I could be free, that I could have my life back, kept me going. Then, one day, Marcus came to me with a letter. It was from my lawyer, and when I read it, my heart nearly stopped. The witness had come forward, and their testimony had led to new evidence. The prosecution was going to drop all charges against me. I couldn't believe it. After years of fighting, after all the despair and hopelessness, I was finally going to be free. The days that followed were a blur. I was released from prison, and the world outside felt like a different place. It was surreal to walk on the outside again, to feel the sun on my skin. But even as I stepped into freedom, there was a part of me that felt uneasy. The real murderer was still out there, and I had a feeling that Marcus knew more than he was letting on. I tried to put everything behind me, to move on with my life, but I couldn't forget Marcus. I started looking into him, trying to figure out who he really was. That's when I found something chilling. Marcus wasn't just another inmate, he was connected to the victim. In fact, he was the one who had introduced the victim to the people who had killed him. The more I dug, the more I realized that Marcus had played a much larger role in the whole situation than I had ever imagined. Story 22. It was an ordinary Thursday night when everything changed. I had just finished a late shift at the cafe and was walking home, the cool night air brushing against my face. The streets were empty, the kind of quiet that only comes after hours when everyone's either at home or out of sight. I wasn't worried, not even a little. I'd walked this route countless times before, knowing every turn, every shadow. But that night, something felt off. I heard footsteps behind me, slow and deliberate. At first, I thought it was just another pedestrian, maybe someone taking a late-night stroll. But the sound of those footsteps grew louder, closer. I quickened my pace, thinking it was just my imagination, but the steps matched mine. My heart started to race as I glanced over my shoulder. A man, tall and hooded, was following me. I told myself to stay calm, to not overreact. Maybe he was just lost or going the same way. But when he closed the gap, I froze. He was too close now, too close to ignore. Before I could react, he grabbed my arm, pulling me toward him. My breath caught in my throat as I struggled to break free, but his grip was unrelenting. Panic surged through me as he yanked me into a nearby alley, the dim streetlights barely cutting through the shadows. I tried to scream, but his hand covered my mouth, stifling any sound. My body was on autopilot, every instinct telling me to run, to fight back, but fear had paralyzed me. The man didn't say a word. His actions were all that spoke. He threw me against the cold brick wall of the alley, and I felt the impact shoot through my body. He pulled out a knife, its blade gleaming in the low light, and for the briefest moment, I thought I might not make it out alive. The sound of the blade cutting through the air seemed deafening as it slashed across my skin. Pain erupted in my side, sharp and unforgiving. I gasped for air, my body trembling, but I couldn't stop him. In that moment, all I could think about was survival. I had to get away, had to fight. My hands scrambled to find anything to use as a weapon, anything to defend myself. I managed to break free from his hold, pushing him away with every ounce of strength I had left. The knife grazed my arm as I stumbled backward, but I didn't stop. I turned and ran, my feet pounding against the pavement, adrenaline coursing through my veins. My heart hammered in my chest as I focused on the sound of my footsteps and the distant sound of him chasing me. Somehow I managed to make it to the main street. I ran toward a convenience store, hoping there was someone inside, anyone who could help. My legs felt like they were made of lead, but I pushed through the pain, desperation overriding everything else. I threw open the door, collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath. The clerk behind the counter rushed over, his face pale when he saw the blood on my clothes. The police arrived minutes later. They took me to the hospital, where doctors worked to patch up the gashes on my side and arm. But no amount of stitches could heal the terror I felt, the fear that had taken root deep within me. The physical wounds would heal eventually, but the emotional scars, they lingered far longer than the pain of any cut. I felt like a different person, like the world I once knew had shattered into pieces I couldn't put back together. The police investigated the attack, but they never found the man. It was as if he had vanished into thin air, a ghost who had come and gone without a trace. They assured me they would keep looking, that they would find him, but deep down, I knew he was gone. and that knowledge gnawed at me, a constant reminder that the person who had attacked me was still out there, free to hurt someone else. Days turned into weeks, and the fear never really left. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, constantly looking over my shoulder, scanning every face I passed. It wasn't just the anxiety of what had happened, it was the fear of what might happen again. I started avoiding the streets at night, taking different routes, telling myself I was just being cautious, but I knew the truth. I was terrified. The world had become a place where danger could lurk around every corner, and no one was ever truly safe. I couldn't go back to the person I was before the attack. I couldn't pretend everything was fine, that I was still the same. The night of the attack had changed me, twisted something inside me that I couldn't fix. I had nightmares almost every night, flashes of the man's face, the feel of the knife against my skin, the overwhelming sense of helplessness. I could still hear the sound of his footsteps, and I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart racing. There were days when I couldn't leave the house, when the fear was too much to bear. I stopped going out with friends, stopped doing the things I once loved. Every new encounter felt like a potential threat, every stranger a possible attacker. I lost myself in the shadows of what had happened, and the darkness followed me everywhere. I tried therapy, tried talking about it, but no amount of words could erase the feeling of that night, the way my life had been stolen from me in a few short minutes. And then there were the scars, the physical ones, the ones that could be covered up with clothes or makeup, were the least of my worries. The emotional scars, the ones that no one could see, were the ones that truly haunted me. The constant fear, the inability to trust anyone, the way my body still reacted to loud noises or sudden movements, those were the scars that lingered. Those were the ones that I couldn't escape. Story 23. I never thought I would be one of those people. You know, the kind of person who gets tangled in a relationship that slowly chips away at their sanity. At first, things seemed too perfect. Nathan was charming, attentive, and seemed to genuinely care about me in a way no one ever had before. His smile was magnetic, and his words made me feel seen, like I mattered. I couldn't help but fall for him. But over time, little things started to feel off. The compliments were no longer just flattering, they began to feel like traps. He would praise me endlessly, but when I didn't react the way he wanted, his mood would shift, and he'd become cold, distant. There was no middle ground with him. It was either the perfect partner or a stranger. When I asked him about it, he'd shrug it off, claiming it was just me overthinking things. But deep down, I felt something shifting, something dark. I remember the first time he manipulated me into doing something I wasn't comfortable with. We were out at a restaurant, and I had disagreed with him about something small. It wasn't a big deal, but he made it feel like the end of the world. His tone changed, his eyes narrowed, and suddenly I was the one apologizing. He twisted my words, making me feel guilty for things I hadn't even done. By the time we left, I felt like I had wronged him, even though I knew I hadn't. That was when the first seed was planted, the seed that would grow into something dangerous. As time went on, his behavior only worsened. Nathan started isolating me from my friends and family, subtly at first. He would say things like, "They don't really understand you the way I do," or "You don't need anyone else but me." I dismissed it at first, convinced it was just his way of being protective, but soon it became clear that he was creating a world where it was just the two of us. I felt like I was losing myself, unable to separate who I was from the person he wanted me to be. His hold on me grew stronger with every passing day. There were moments when I questioned whether I was losing my mind. He would tell me I was too sensitive, that my emotions were irrational, and that I was the problem. Then, just as easily, he would shift back into the caring, affectionate boyfriend I had fallen for in the beginning. It was like being on a roller coaster with no brakes highs that felt euphoric, followed by crushing lows. I was stuck in a cycle, unable to break free. His manipulation was so subtle yet effective that I couldn't even recognize it for what it was. The breaking point came one evening after a particularly heated argument. I had disagreed with something he said, and instead of letting it go, he pushed it further, making me feel small and insignificant. I tried to stand my ground, but the more I resisted, the more aggressive he became. His words cut deep, and for the first time, I saw a different side of him, a side that was cold, calculating, and devoid of empathy. It was as if he had been waiting for the right moment to reveal his true nature. That night, I locked myself in the bathroom, shaking, wondering if I could escape this nightmare. But that's when the threat started. Nathan didn't need to raise his voice to be terrifying. He simply looked at me with those cold, unblinking eyes and said things like, "You wouldn't want to see what I'm capable of." His words sent chills down my spine, and I realized, in that moment, how dangerous he truly was. It wasn't just manipulation anymore. It was control, and he was wielding it like a weapon. He knew exactly what to say to break me, to make me doubt myself and my worth. One night, after another violent argument, I reached my breaking point. I was exhausted, emotionally drained from the constant cycle of manipulation and fear. I could see no way out. I had never felt so powerless, so small. In a fit of rage and desperation, I grabbed a knife from the kitchen. My hands were shaking, my heart pounding in my chest. For the briefest moment, I considered ending it all, ending him. The thought flashed through my mind like lightning, and I realized how close I had come to crossing a line I never thought I would. In that moment, everything clicked. I wasn't just trapped in a toxic relationship, I was being pushed to the brink of violence by someone who knew exactly how to exploit my vulnerabilities. I had been so blinded by my love for him, so convinced that I could fix him, that I hadn't seen how deeply he had broken me. I had let him break me, piece by piece, until I was nothing more than a shadow of who I used to be. The weight of that realization hit me harder than anything he had ever done to me. I had nearly become someone I couldn't recognize. That night, I made the hardest decision of my life. I knew I had to leave him, but it wasn't going to be easy. He had made sure of that. Nathan wouldn't let me go without a fight, and I was terrified of what he might do. But I couldn't stay any longer. I couldn't let him destroy me completely. So I packed my things, leaving behind the life we had built together, and left in the dead of night, hoping that somehow I could escape his reach. The weeks that followed were filled with fear and doubt. Nathan didn't take kindly to being abandoned, and I knew he would come looking for me. I went into hiding, changing my phone number and cutting all ties with anyone who might be able to lead him to me. It was like being in a constant state of alert, always looking over my shoulder, always wondering when he would appear. But slowly, the fear began to fade. I started to rebuild my life, piece by piece, gaining back the strength I had lost. Story 24. I didn't set out to get involved in anything illegal. It started small, just some guys from the office talking about a game of poker after work. At first, I told myself it was harmless, just a way to blow off steam. But I quickly learned that this wasn't just any game. The stakes were higher than I expected, and the players were more dangerous than I realized. The first night, it was in a dingy back room of a bar, the kind of place you'd walk by without a second thought. The men around the table were serious, their eyes cold, watching every move I made. I wasn't a gambler by nature, but the atmosphere was intoxicating. The adrenaline, the tension in the air, it made the cards feel more important than anything else. The buy-in was steep, but I didn't back down. I figured it would be a one-time thing, just a few $100s, and I'd never see these people again. I won that first night, a small fortune by my standards, and left feeling like I had beaten the system. It felt like luck, like I could do it again. Little did I know, that win would drag me deeper into a world I couldn't escape. The games started happening more often, and I was drawn into a network of players. There were whispers about bigger stakes, larger rooms, and better prizes. The men who played weren't your average gamblers. Some were well-dressed, others rough around the edges, but all had something in common: they had power. They controlled the games, the rules, and everything in between. They made the calls, and the consequences for losing went far beyond just money. I started showing up more regularly, each game getting bigger and more intense. The room was always the same: dim lights, the heavy smell of smoke, and the sound of cards being shuffled. But as the stakes rose, so did the tension. One night, a man I'd seen before lost everything: his house, his car, even his wife. I watched as he handed over his wedding ring as part of his debt, his hands shaking as he did it. That was the first moment I realized this wasn't just gambling, it was something much darker. The turning point came when I was introduced to the real money behind these games. The man who ran the operation was a figure I'd heard of but never seen a man named Victor. He was calm, calculating, with an icy stare that made everyone around him nervous. It wasn't just about money for Victor, it was about control. He didn't care who you were or what you had. He only cared about whether you would play, and whether you could pay when you lost. Victor's games were no longer about poker or blackjack. They were about high-stakes wagers on everything: who could endure more pain, who could withstand the longest stretch of deprivation. I was roped into one of those games one night, a game where the cost was more than just money. My opponent was a man who had lost everything already. I remember watching his eyes, desperate and broken, as he struggled to keep it together. As the game progressed, it became clear that the stakes weren't just financial. They were physical. The first round was simple enough: a bet on endurance. The losers had to take punishment: a slap, a punch, something small. But with each round, the bets grew. The pain grew. And soon, it wasn't just physical. It was psychological. The humiliation of losing took its toll. The pressure of staying in the game became unbearable, and the line between winning and losing blurred. The turning point for me was a bet Victor called. It was a challenge to see who could hold their breath underwater the longest, but it was never meant to be a fair contest. The winner was promised a fortune, but the loser? The consequences were too much to bear. I watched as the man I was up against struggled, his body trembling beneath the water's surface. When he surfaced, gasping for air. His face was pale, his eyes wild with panic. He was out, and Victor smiled, collecting his winnings with no remorse. That was the night I realized I was in too deep. I'd seen men broken, both physically and mentally. Some never came back, and others walked away with their lives shattered. But the worst part was the feeling of helplessness. The feeling of being caught in a game where the rules were made up on the spot, and the price for losing was more than anyone could afford. I tried to pull away, but Victor wouldn't let me. He had me right where he wanted me, and pulling out wasn't an option anymore. The games became darker still. Victor began introducing new forms of punishment, ones that went far beyond what anyone had expected. The stakes weren't just about losing money, they were about losing parts of yourself. One man was forced to sign over his business. Another was coerced into robbing his own family. It wasn't just about winning anymore. It was about survival, and even then, survival didn't guarantee anything. I started to notice the other side of the operation. People didn't just lose money, they lost their lives. There were whispers about how some had disappeared entirely, taken by Victor's people for failing to pay their debts. I could feel the walls closing in around me, but I couldn't leave. The money, the power, the adrenaline, it kept me coming back. I thought I could control it, but it controlled me. One night, the game turned against me. I was caught off guard by a series of bets I couldn't meet, one after another. I was up against men who had no intention of letting me win. Victor watched, his smile cold and calculating. By the end of the night, I was in debt, deep in debt, and the consequences were coming. I remember Victor's voice, low and calm, as he spoke to me. "You thought you could win, didn't you?" he asked, his eyes never leaving mine. "But in this game, there's only one winner. And it's never the ones who think they can quit." It was then that I understood the true nature of the ring. It wasn't just about money, power, or control. It was about creating a world where no one could escape. No one could win. Everyone was bound by the rules of the game. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized I was trapped. I don't know how I made it out of that world, but I did. One day I walked away, leaving everything behind. The money, the power, the adrenaline, it wasn't worth it anymore. But the scars, both physical and mental, will never fade. I'll never forget the look in Victor's eyes or the things I was willing to do to survive. Once you're in that world, there's no going back. And for a long time, I didn't know if I was ever truly free. Story 25. It all started on a night I never expected to change my life. I was working at the local bar, just doing my usual shift. The place was empty, and the clock was ticking slowly towards closing time. I wasn't paying much attention to the group of men who walked in, but something about them made me uneasy. They were too well dressed for a dive bar and spoke in low, deliberate tones. I noticed one of them immediately, their leader, I guess. He had an air about him, like he owned the room, even though he was just another patron. He was charming, friendly even, but there was something about his smile that didn't sit right with me. He ordered a round of drinks, and as the night wore on, they got louder and more animated, talking in a way that made my stomach churn. One of them, a younger man, seemed uncomfortable. He kept glancing nervously at the door, then at his companions, and then at his phone. His hands were shaking when he set his drink down. I couldn't tell what was going on, but I could feel the tension building. I tried to keep my distance, but I couldn't help overhearing snatches of their conversation. They spoke in hushed tones, but the few words I caught made it clear they weren't just talking about business deals. Then it happened. One of the men, the leader, stood up suddenly, grabbing the young man by the collar. He dragged him toward the back of the bar, away from the other customers. I wasn't sure what was going on, but I knew this wasn't just a typical bar dispute. My gut twisted as the others followed, almost like they were preparing for something I couldn't see. I was left standing at the bar, frozen, unsure of what to do. My first instinct was to call the police, but I didn't want to get involved. I knew better than to meddle in other people's business, but as the minutes ticked by, the atmosphere shifted. The noise had stopped. No one was laughing or talking anymore. I walked toward the back, trying to remain as unnoticed as possible. What I found when I peered around the corner made my blood run cold. The young man was on the floor, his body limp. The leader was holding a gun, pointing it at him. The others stood by, watching with an eerie calm. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It was as though my body had turned to stone. The leader looked up at me, his eyes locking with mine, and gave me a sick smile. I froze, knowing that I had seen something I was never meant to see. "Don't move," he said softly, his voice smooth, almost soothing. "You didn't see anything. Understand?" His words were a command, but they felt like a threat. My heart pounded in my chest, and I nodded. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. They left just as quickly as they'd come in, taking the body with them, leaving me alone in the back of the bar. The silence was deafening. I couldn't move, couldn't think. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, staring at the spot where the young man had fallen. Eventually, I pulled myself together and tried to act like nothing had happened. But deep down, I knew I couldn't forget what I had just witnessed. The next few days were a blur. I didn't tell anyone what happened. I couldn't. The fear gnawed at me, and I wondered if I was just being paranoid. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the man was watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the look on his face, the coldness in his eyes. I knew that if I spoke, I would be next. Weeks went by, and the police never showed up. There were no news reports, no investigation into the disappearance of the young man. It was like he had never existed. Life at the bar went back to normal, but I was never the same. The fear had a hold on me, twisting my every thought. I felt like I was living in a constant state of dread, waiting for something to go wrong. Then, one night, the man came back. He was alone this time, sitting at the bar like nothing had ever happened. He smiled at me as he ordered a drink, his eyes gleaming with a satisfaction I couldn't quite place. I didn't know what to do. I had to stay calm, had to act normal, but every fiber of my being screamed at me to run. I served him his drink, keeping my head down, avoiding eye contact. He leaned in close to me, his voice barely above a whisper. "I know you're scared," he said, "but I also know you're smart. You won't tell anyone. You've seen too much already." His words were a reminder of the power he had over me, and I felt a sick sense of helplessness. I had no choice but to nod, to agree, because I knew if I didn't, I would be the next victim. The following weeks were filled with paranoia. I kept waiting for something to happen, for the walls to close in on me, but nothing did. Life went on, and I started to think maybe it was all a nightmare. Maybe I was just being dramatic. But deep down I knew the truth. The young man's death had been covered up, and I was a part of that cover-up. Months passed, and the memory of that night slowly faded from my mind until one day, a detective showed up at the bar. He asked me questions about the night I'd seen the group of men, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. My mind raced, and I wanted to tell him everything, but I couldn't. I had no evidence, no proof, and I was terrified of the consequences. The detective left with no answers, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the walls were closing in on me. It was only a matter of time before the truth came out, and when it did, I knew I would be implicated. The guilt weighed heavily on me, knowing that I had let a murder go unpunished, knowing that I had played a role in the cover-up. But there was nothing I could do now. Story 26. I first met Tom when I started working at the company. He was quiet, reserved, and kept to himself, which didn't bother me. In fact, I found his calm demeanor refreshing in the hectic office environment. He sat across from me in the bullpen, always absorbed in his work, rarely engaging in the small talk that most of us indulged in during breaks. At first, everything seemed normal. Tom came in every day, worked diligently, and left on time. He was always polite, but never particularly friendly. Over time, I noticed small changes. He started coming in earlier and leaving later. It wasn't unusual for him to stay hours after everyone else had left, hunched over his desk with a focused intensity. I thought it was just dedication, but as the days turned into weeks, it became clear something more was happening. Tom's behavior became increasingly erratic. He would snap at people over trivial things, like misplacing a pen or not answering an email quickly enough. At first, people wrote it off as stress or just a bad day, but I could see the shift in his eyes. Something was brewing beneath the surface. His movements became twitchy, like he couldn't sit still, and he started muttering to himself, his voice low and unintelligible. I began to feel a sense of unease whenever I passed by his desk. The office, once a place of friendly chatter, now felt oppressive when Tom was there. His presence loomed, even when he wasn't speaking. One afternoon, I caught him staring at the computer screen, his hands gripping the mouse so tightly his knuckles were white. It wasn't until I cleared my throat to ask if he needed help that he snapped out of it, blinking rapidly as if he had just woken up from a trance. He apologized, but the look in his eyes unsettled me. It wasn't just his behavior that changed. His appearance did too. Tom, once neatly dressed, began coming in with unkempt hair and wrinkled shirts. His skin looked ashen, and the dark circles under his eyes were impossible to ignore. He would occasionally show up with bags of takeout food that he didn't seem to eat, only to leave half-finished meals on his desk, untouched. His once meticulous workspace had turned into a mess papers piled high, empty coffee cups littering his desk, and an unorganized chaos surrounding him. It was like he had stopped caring about anything except whatever was consuming his mind. I noticed it most during our team meetings. While the rest of us discussed projects and deadlines, Tom would sit at the table, his eyes darting around the room, barely focusing on what was being said. When it was his turn to speak, he would mumble incoherently, or sometimes he would go on long tangents about things that made no sense, stories about strange coincidences, voices he heard in the night, or conspiracies that seemed completely disconnected from reality. The others would exchange uncomfortable glances, unsure of how to respond. but no one ever said anything. Everyone was too afraid to confront him. I tried to reach out to him a few times, but it never seemed to work. I asked if he was okay, if he needed help, but he would just wave me off, brushing off my concern with a forced smile. "Just a little stressed," he would say. "I'll be fine." But I didn't believe him. I could see it in his eyes. He was unraveling, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. The breaking point came one Thursday afternoon. I was sitting at my desk, glancing at the clock as I wrapped up a project. The office was quieter than usual, almost too quiet. That's when I heard it. A sharp, guttural scream came from the direction of Tom's desk. It was a sound of pure frustration, a release of something far deeper than just workplace stress. I looked over to see Tom standing, shaking, his face contorted in anger, his hands curled into fists. Before anyone could react, he lunged across the room, knocking over chairs and sending papers flying. He shouted something about fixing it, but the words were jumbled, too garbled to understand. It was like he was in a frenzy, a violent blur of motion that none of us could comprehend. People froze, unsure of what to do. I could hear my heart pounding in my chest, my instincts screaming at me to get away, but my body wouldn't move. Tom grabbed one of the office phones and smashed it against the wall, the sound of shattering plastic echoing through the room. He was breathing heavily, like he couldn't control himself. The other employees backed away, murmuring in shock and fear. I felt a sense of dread creeping over me. This wasn't Tom. The man I had worked with all these months had disappeared, replaced by someone almost unrecognizable. Someone I can't remember who called security. I stood frozen in place, unable to tear my eyes away from Tom. His face was flushed, his eyes wild with panic, as if he was trying to escape something unseen. I wanted to help, to talk him down, but the fear that had built up in my chest made it hard to think clearly. All I could do was watch as he raged, lost in whatever madness had overtaken him. Security arrived within minutes, and the scene only escalated from there. Tom screamed at them, his voice hoarse, trying to push them away as they tried to restrain him. He fought back, thrashing violently, and at one point I thought he might hurt someone. But they eventually subdued him, forcing him to the ground as they handcuffed him. The room was silent, except for the sound of Tom's labored breathing, as if the air had been sucked out of the space. I didn't know what to think as I watched them take him away. There was a part of me that wanted to feel sorry for him. This was clearly a man in torment, a man who had spiraled beyond his control. But the fear of what he could have done if he had been pushed further kept me rooted in place. Tom's descent into madness had been gradual, but now it had reached a breaking point, and none of us could have predicted how violent it would become. In the days that followed, the office was a different place. No one spoke about the incident, but the tension was palpable. Tom was placed on leave, and no one knew when or if he would return. I couldn't shake the image of his face, the rage and terror that had consumed him. His outburst had shocked all of us, but it was clear now something had snapped inside him. I had seen him unravel, but I never thought it would lead to violence. Story 27. I had always been the kind of guy who stayed out of trouble. I kept to myself, worked my shift at the auto shop, and spent my weekends with friends who weren't involved in anything shady. But that all changed one fateful night when I met Eddie. He was a smooth talker, someone who seemed to always have the right words at the right time. It wasn't long before he convinced me to help him with what he promised would be a small favor. It started innocently enough. Eddie said he needed me to drive him somewhere nothing too suspicious, just a short trip to drop off a package. He assured me it wasn't anything illegal, just something for an old friend of his. I was hesitant at first, but Eddie was persuasive, and before I knew it, I was behind the wheel, driving down a street I wasn't familiar with. My gut told me something wasn't right, but I ignored the feeling. The moment we pulled into an alley, the package turned out to be much more than I expected. It wasn't a package at all, it was a message, wrapped tightly in a plastic bag. Eddie handed it to a man standing in the shadows, and they exchanged a few words. I couldn't hear them, but I saw the cold look on the man's face. That was when I started to realize that I was in way over my head. But before I could back out, Eddie gave me a smile that was too charming for comfort. "You're a good guy," he said. "This will be the last time, I promise." The next few days were a blur of tension. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just crossed a line, one I wouldn't be able to uncross. But things only escalated from there. Eddie called me again, this time with a more urgent request. A gang that had been operating in the area, one known for its ruthlessness, was after him. He explained that someone close to the gang had betrayed them, and Eddie had been dragged into their revenge plot. He begged me to help him once again, assuring me that there was no way out unless we followed through. Reluctantly, I agreed. What choice did I have? Eddie had become like a brother to me, and I didn't want to leave him hanging. We spent the next few days planning the next move and ambush on the gang's hideout, a calculated attack that would help Eddie get his revenge. I didn't understand all the details, but Eddie said it was the only way to get out unscathed. The plan was risky, but I was in too deep to back out now. The night of the operation, my nerves were on edge. I couldn't stop thinking about what we were about to do. This wasn't just a small favor anymore. I was about to get mixed up in something far worse than I had ever imagined. Eddie had promised me everything would be okay, but the pit in my stomach told me otherwise. I tried to focus on the task at hand, but the sound of my heartbeat was deafening in my ears. When we arrived at the hideout, everything went wrong. The gang had been tipped off somehow, and they were waiting for us. The moment we stepped inside, gunfire erupted. I froze for a second, completely unprepared for the chaos that followed. Eddie pushed me forward, and we scrambled for cover. Bullets whizzed by, and I could hear the screams of people I didn't know. This wasn't a small favor anymore, it was a full-blown war. I managed to stay low, trying to avoid the crossfire. My mind was racing, trying to piece together what had gone wrong. How had they known? Had Eddie double-crossed me? My thoughts were interrupted by a sharp cry. I turned and saw Eddie on the ground, blood pouring from a wound in his side. My heart stopped for a moment, and I instinctively ran to his side. He looked up at me with a pained expression, his breathing shallow. You need to go," he gasped. "Get out of here, now. Now." I didn't know what to do. I wanted to help him, but the sound of footsteps approaching made it clear that we were running out of time. With a final glance at Eddie, I turned and ran. I barely made it out of the building before I was tackled to the ground by one of the gang members. My heart pounded in my chest as I struggled to break free. But just as quickly as I had been caught, the figure above me was yanked away. A second later, I was pulled to my feet and shoved toward a getaway car. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I was in a daze, my mind reeling from the close call. I thought about Eddie, about how he had trusted me, and how I had failed him. But I had no choice. I couldn't get involved any further. I had already crossed a line that I could never uncross. The next few weeks were hell. The gang had taken revenge on Eddie in the worst way possible, and I knew I had a target on my back. They weren't going to let me go just because I ran. I couldn't go to the police, they would never believe me. I was caught in a web of lies, and now I was a marked man. Every knock on the door, every unfamiliar face I saw on the street sent a shiver down my spine. I was living in constant fear, never knowing when the next shoe would drop. I started to regret every moment of it. I should never have gotten involved with Eddie, should never have agreed to that first favor. It was a mistake that had cost me my peace of mind, my safety, and my sense of security. I tried to leave town, to escape the mess I had found myself in, but no matter where I went, the shadows followed me. The gang's reach was far and wide, and they had a long memory. I wasn't just a bystander anymore. I was part of their revenge plot, whether I liked it or not. Story 28. I was only 16 when it happened, old enough to understand what I was witnessing, but too young to fully comprehend its implications. My father was a quiet man, someone who kept to himself, preferring the company of his books and his work to that of others. We lived in a small town, and our lives were simple, almost uneventful. Well, or so I thought. It was late one evening when everything changed. I had been sitting in the living room, half watching TV, when my father came into the house, his face pale, his hands shaking slightly. I noticed the car parked outside, a black sedan I hadn't seen before. My heart skipped a beat, not out of fear, but because of the unfamiliarity of the situation. I wasn't sure why, but something in my gut told me something wasn't right. He didn't say anything at first, just stood by the door, looking out the window with a troubled expression. I watched him, unsure of what was going on. He had always been a man of few words, but tonight there was something different in the air, something tense. I waited for him to speak, but when he finally did, it wasn't a greeting. It was a command. "Go upstairs, son. Don't come down until I tell you," he said, his voice low but firm. There was no mistaking the seriousness in his tone, something in it that made my stomach twist. I didn't argue. I had learned long ago that when my father spoke like that, it was best to listen. So I went upstairs, but I didn't go to bed. Instead, I crouched by the top of the stairs, listening. The sound of muffled voices drifted up from below, the words too indistinct to understand. I couldn't make out much, but I could tell my father was upset. The unfamiliar man's voice, harsh and angry, broke through the stillness. Then there was silence, a heavy, uncomfortable silence. The air felt thick with something I couldn't name, a kind of tension that felt like it could snap at any moment. I stood, my curiosity pulling me to the top of the stairs. Slowly, cautiously, I crept down a few steps, peeking around the corner of the hallway. What I saw made my heart race. My father was standing near the door, facing the man, whose face was red with fury. I could see that the man's hands were clenched into fists, his posture aggressive. But it wasn't just the tension that struck me, it was the look in my father's eyes. There was a coldness in him that I had never seen before, "You don't understand, do you?" my father said, his voice controlled but edged with something darker. "This is the only way." The man scoffed, shaking his head. "You think you can get away with this? You think you can intimidate me?" My father didn't answer. Instead, he stepped forward, his movements slow but purposeful. The man took a step back, his eyes widening, but it was too late. In one swift motion, my father grabbed the man's arm and twisted it behind his back. The man grunted in pain, but my father didn't stop. He shoved him forward, knocking him against the wall. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't move, couldn't look away. The scene unfolding before me seemed unreal, like something out of a nightmare. My father, a man I had always looked up to, was being violent in a way I had never imagined. The man struggled, but my father held him in place, his grip unrelenting. The whole exchange was quiet, save for the occasional grunt of pain from the man. My father's face was set in a grim expression, his jaw clenched. I could see the tension in his muscles, the way his body was coiled, ready to act at any moment. It was like he was a different person entirely. For a moment, I thought he might kill him. I didn't know what to think or feel. Fear, confusion, and disbelief flooded my mind. I wanted to scream, to run, but I couldn't. I was paralyzed by the sight of my father in this unfamiliar state. His calmness was terrifying, and it made me realize just how little I really knew about him. Eventually, the man stopped struggling, his breathing heavy, his body slumped against the wall. My father let go of him, but only for a moment. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out something small, something I couldn't see from where I stood. The man's eyes widened in fear, and he looked at my father with pleading eyes. "I didn't want it to come to this," my father said softly, "but you left me no choice." I didn't see what happened next. My view was blocked by the angle, but I heard a faint sound like something heavy hitting the floor. My stomach churned, and I felt my legs weaken beneath me. I wanted to run, to tell someone, anyone, but I knew I couldn't. I couldn't explain why I had seen what I had seen. It wasn't just about the crime, it was about my father. The man who had always been my protector, the man I thought I knew. The silence that followed was deafening. I heard my father walk towards the door, his footsteps steady, the sound of his shoes against the hardwood floor a stark contrast to the chaos in my mind. He opened the door, stepped outside, and closed it behind him, leaving the house in an eerie quiet. I didn't move, didn't speak. I couldn't. Hours passed before I could bring myself to leave the stairs. I went down to the living room, but the man was gone. There was no trace of what had happened. Everything was just as it had been before, except it wasn't. The weight of what I had witnessed pressed down on me, suffocating me. I never spoke a word about it. Not to anyone, not even my mother. My father acted like nothing had happened, like the night had been just another ordinary evening. I acted the same. But I couldn't forget the memory of that moment, of seeing my father in a way I never thought possible, stayed with me, haunting me every day. Story 29. It was a quiet evening when it happened, the kind of evening that felt like a scene from a movie. I was sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone, while the low hum of the television in the background kept me company. The soft glow of the living room lamp cast a peaceful ambiance, and everything felt normal. But then, without warning, the sound of shattering glass shattered the calm. The front window, the one closest to the door, exploded into jagged fragments, and the air was filled with the sharp, menacing noise. My heart raced as I froze, unsure of what to do next. Before I could even think, I heard the heavy, hurried footsteps of someone entering through the broken window. Panic flooded my veins. I scrambled to my feet, adrenaline surging as I tried to think of a plan. The first thought that crossed my mind was to run, but my legs felt like lead. The intruder's footsteps grew louder, and I could hear muffled voices, one of them ordering the other to hurry up. My mind was spinning, and the only thing I could do was move toward the hallway, hoping to find some kind of shelter. My breath came in shallow gasps as I fumbled for my phone, but I couldn't remember the numbers to dial. It was like I was trapped in my own body. I didn't make it far before they caught up to me. The intruder grabbed my arm, yanking me back into the living room with a force I wasn't ready for. I struggled, trying to break free, but his grip was unrelenting. He was tall, broad-shouldered, his face hidden behind a mask that barely concealed the menace in his eyes. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat like a warning. "Stay quiet," he growled, his voice cold and rough. The words sent a shiver down my spine. I had no idea what they wanted, but I had a terrible feeling that I wasn't going to find out willingly. They didn't waste any time. The second intruder, a woman, moved quickly to the kitchen, her footsteps muffled as she rummaged through drawers, her voice sharp as she barked orders to her accomplice. The man turned back to me, a wicked smile twisting his features as he raised a weapon, a crowbar. My breath hitched, and every part of my body screamed to run, to escape, but I knew it was too late for that. I had no choice but to comply, to sit there in the middle of my own living room, trembling in fear as these strangers tore apart my home. The minutes dragged on, and with each passing second, my fear deepened. I could hear them talking to each other, but their words were indistinct, swallowed up by the growing tension in the room. I kept my eyes on the man, my mind working in overdrive, trying to come up with a way out, any way to fight back. But the fear made it hard to think clearly. My body refused to obey the commands in my mind. The woman came back to join us, her arms full of items from the kitchen, a knife, a roll of duct tape. My stomach lurched. They were preparing to make sure I couldn't escape. "Let's make this quick," the man said, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the room. My pulse quickened, and the instinct to scream bubbled up inside of me, but I stifled it, terrified of provoking them further. I knew, deep down, that things could get much worse if I resisted. That's when they forced me to the ground. My head hit the floor with a sickening thud, and the world around me blurred. My body ached as I lay there, unable to move, the taste of fear thick in my mouth. I don't remember much of what happened next. The pain, the fear, the disorientation, it all became a blur as the intruders went through the rest of the house. I was too paralyzed to resist, too terrified to make a sound. I heard them muttering to each other, talking about money, valuables, anything they could take. But it wasn't the theft that scared me the most. It was the way they moved through my home like they owned it, like I didn't matter. I was nothing but a pawn in their game. When the ordeal was finally over, I was left lying there, my body bruised and battered, my mind unable to process what had just happened. The intruders were gone, leaving behind the wreckage they had created, My house, once my safe space, was now a scene of violence and destruction. I felt empty, numb, as if the walls themselves had swallowed my sense of self. I could barely bring myself to move, to breathe, as the full weight of what had just happened settled on me. I don't know how long it took me to get up. When I finally did, it was as though I was moving through a dream. My legs were shaky, my mind foggy. The first thing I did was reach for my phone, calling 911, my voice breaking as I told them what had happened. The dispatcher's calm tone didn't comfort me. It only reminded me of the gulf between the world I knew and the terror that had unfolded in my home. The police arrived quickly, but it was too late. The intruders were long gone, leaving no trace behind except for the broken glass and the remnants of their violence. The police took their time, collecting evidence, asking questions, trying to piece together what had happened, but I couldn't answer them. The details were a blur, and every time I tried to explain, the words felt like they were slipping through my fingers. I felt detached from everything, from the people around me, from myself. It was like I was watching everything unfold from a distance, unable to reach out, unable to connect. In the days that followed, the trauma of that night began to set in. I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of wind outside made my heart race. I found myself checking the locks on the door again and again, making sure every window was secure. I couldn't escape the feeling that they were still out there, that they might come back. The fear clung to me, following me from room to room, never letting me rest. Therapy helped, but it didn't take the pain away. It didn't erase the memory of their cold eyes, the sound of my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I still woke up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, my heart racing as I relived that moment when they broke into my home. The physical injuries healed, but the emotional scars remained, a constant reminder of the night I almost lost everything. And no matter how much time passed, no matter how many walls I built to keep the world out, the trauma never truly left me. Story 30. I met him when I was still young, eager to experience life without realizing how fragile it could be. At first, he was everything I thought I wanted: charming, confident, with a way of making me feel special. I was drawn to him, captivated by his attention and the way he made me feel like the center of his world. But as the months passed, something shifted, and the person I thought I knew began to change. At first, it was subtle. Little comments, snide remarks that made me doubt myself. He would belittle me in private, claiming it was just for fun or to make me tougher. I would brush it off, not realizing that over time, the words began to sting. The more I tried to push back, the more he would pull me in, using my insecurities against me until I felt smaller, less than what I once was. The emotional abuse soon turned physical. It started with a slap here, a shove there, nothing too serious at first, just enough to leave me questioning myself. Every time it happened, I told myself it would be the last, but it never was. He always had an excuse, a reason for his actions. I had said something wrong. I had pushed him too far. I had made him angry. And I, stupidly, believed him. I thought that maybe if I was better, things would change. But things never changed. They only got worse. The beatings became more frequent, the words sharper, until I couldn't tell where his anger ended and my fear began. I stopped reaching out to my friends and family. They didn't understand, and I didn't know how to explain. I felt trapped in a cycle, too afraid to leave and too ashamed to ask for help. My self-worth had been chipped away until all that was left was a shell, a version of me that didn't know how to fight back anymore. One night, after a particularly brutal argument, I was left with nothing but my bruises and tears. As I sat alone in the dark, the weight of my situation crashed down on me. I didn't know how much longer I could take it, but leaving seemed impossible. He controlled everything where I went, what I wore, even who I spoke to. If I tried to leave, he threatened me, told me he would make sure no one would ever love me the way he did, that no one would ever accept me again. I began to feel the walls closing in. I couldn't run away. There was no way out. My options were slim, and the only choice I saw left was to survive. And survival meant doing things I had never imagined myself doing. I knew there were people out there who could help me, people who could get me out of this mess, but I couldn't bring myself to trust them. I didn't believe they would see me as anything but a victim. One night, after he had left for work, I found myself staring at the empty apartment. I had no money, no means of escape. That's when I met them, the group who had been watching us for weeks, waiting for the right moment. They saw my desperation, recognized the look of someone trapped. They offered me an opportunity, one that promised money and safety if I was willing to do the work. It was a risky proposition, but at that point, I was willing to do anything. The work was simple at first, small jobs that didn't involve much more than running errands or making deliveries. But over time, the tasks became more dangerous. I was asked to break into places, to steal things, to run illegal errands. Each job was more perilous than the last, but it felt like my only way out. As the days passed, the adrenaline from the crimes began to numb the pain of my reality. I was no longer just surviving, I was living in a way I never thought possible. But each step I took toward this new life pulled me further away from the person I used to be. I began to lose sight of who I was, consumed by the need to escape my abuser and find a way to survive. I did things that made me sick to my stomach, things I had promised myself I would never do. Yet I kept going, telling myself it was the only way out. Each crime I committed brought with it a new set of consequences, but the fear of going back to him was greater than any punishment I could face. The group I worked for became more demanding, and I realized I was no longer just an innocent bystander in their game. I was complicit, a willing participant in their world. The line between right and wrong blurred as I sank deeper into the darkness. It was after one particularly dangerous job that I realized how far I had fallen. I was supposed to steal a valuable piece of jewelry from a wealthy family. But when I was inside the house, something in me snapped. I couldn't do it. I couldn't betray them, even though I knew what they would do to me if I failed. In that moment, I realized how much I had lost, how much of myself had been consumed by fear and desperation. I went back to the apartment, trembling with guilt and regret. For the first time in months, I didn't feel like I was drowning. I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe it wasn't too late to change, to find a way out of this mess. But just as I was about to make a plan, I heard his voice from behind the door. He had returned early, and the fear surged through me once again. I realized then that no matter how far I had fallen, I had to make a choice. I could no longer keep living in this prison, whether it was built by him or by the crimes I had committed. But it wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about reclaiming the life that had been taken from me.
For the next few days, I tried to ignore the nagging feeling in the back of my mind. I continued my work, cleaning as usual, but I couldn't stop thinking about the flyers in that locked closet. Every time I walked past the door, I felt a growing sense of dread. I began to watch the owner more closely, trying to see if there was anything odd about her behavior. She still seemed harmless, polite, and distant, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she was hiding something. One afternoon, I was cleaning the kitchen when I heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching from the hallway. I quickly turned around and saw the owner standing at the doorway, watching me. She didn't say anything at first, just stood there, her eyes fixed on me with an unreadable expression. I felt a wave of unease wash over me, but I forced myself to smile and greet her. "Everything's fine," I said, trying to sound casual. "Just finishing up here." She nodded but didn't move. For a moment we stood there in silence, and I felt the tension between us grow. Finally she spoke. "Have you been in the closet upstairs?" Her voice was calm, but there was an underlying sharpness to it that caught me off guard. I froze. How did she know? I hadn't told her about the flyers, and I hadn't been in the closet since that first time. My heart began to race as I struggled to find the right words. "No," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I haven't been in there. I don't even have the key to the closet." She didn't reply right away. Instead, she just stared at me, her eyes narrowing slightly. It felt like she was trying to read me, to figure out if I was lying. Finally, she spoke again, her tone softer now. "I keep things in there that are important to me. Personal things. I don't want anyone snooping around in it." I nodded quickly, trying to seem agreeable, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I excused myself and left the kitchen as soon as I could, feeling like I had narrowly escaped a confrontation. The rest of the day passed without incident, but I couldn't stop thinking about the locked closet and the owner's strange reaction. That evening, after I left the house, I called a friend and told them about what I had found. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but I needed to get it off my chest. My friend listened quietly, but they didn't seem as concerned as I was. They told me that I might be overreacting, that people sometimes collect things for reasons that don't make sense to others. But something about the way the owner had reacted didn't sit right with me. I decided I couldn't just ignore it. The next morning, I returned to the house, determined to get to the bottom of what was going on. I had already decided that if I saw anything else suspicious, I would call the authorities. As I was cleaning the upstairs hallway, I heard the sound of a car pulling into the driveway. I glanced out the window and saw the owner's car, but this time, someone else was with her. It was a man I didn't recognize, someone in his mid-40s, tall and stocky. They were talking in the driveway for a few minutes before they both walked inside. I couldn't help but wonder if this man was connected to the missing persons flyers in some way. Maybe he was a relative, or maybe he was involved in something I didn't understand. I stood frozen for a moment, trying to make sense of it all. But I had to keep working, and there was no time to investigate further. Later that day, when the owner and the man were in the living room, I decided to take a chance. I slipped upstairs and quietly approached the locked closet. The door was slightly ajar again, just like before. My heart pounded in my chest as I crept closer, my fingers brushing the cold metal of the handle. I didn't have the key, but there was a chance I could peek inside if I was quick. I pushed the door open just enough to see the shelves once more. The flyers were still there, but this time something was different. There was a new flyer, a recent owner, right at the top. The picture was of a young woman, someone I recognized. She had been a waitress at a local diner, someone I had seen around town a few weeks ago. The flyer was dated only a few days earlier. That was all I needed to see. My suspicions had been confirmed. Something was very wrong with the owner's obsession with missing people. But I left the closet quickly and went back downstairs, my heart racing. I knew what I had to do. I didn't finish cleaning that day. Instead, I left the house and immediately went to the police. I told them everything about the flyers, about the locked closet, and about my suspicions. They took my statement seriously and promised to investigate. Within days, the authorities had raided the house, and the owner was arrested. It turned out she had been collecting these flyers for years, each one representing someone she had been involved with in some way. The man she had brought to the house was an accomplice, and together they had been responsible for several disappearances over the years. I never went back to that house again. The job had seemed so normal at first, but it turned out to be much more dangerous than I could have ever imagined. The police told me that without my help, they might not have ever discovered the truth. I was just glad to have helped bring an end to the terror. But it wasn't something I would ever forget, and I knew I'd be more cautious about the people I worked for in the future. Story 25. I was nervous, but I was excited too. It had been a long time since I had gone on a proper date, and I had hoped that maybe this time things would be different. I had met them online, and after exchanging messages for a few weeks, we decided to meet up at a nice restaurant in the city. The conversation had flowed easily at first, and they seemed just as eager to meet as I was. We shared stories about our lives, our careers, and everything in between, laughing as though we had known each other for years. We ordered drinks and everything felt comfortable. I was starting to think this could be the start of something good. There was an easy charm about them, a way of speaking that made me feel at ease. They talked about their job with passion, about their hobbies, and even about their family, but I noticed something odd. They had avoided specific details when it came to their personal life. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distance in their tone when they spoke about relationships, like they were hiding something. As the evening went on, the conversation took a turn. They began to ask more personal questions, trying to find out about my past relationships. It wasn't anything I hadn't heard before, but something about the way they asked made me feel vulnerable. They seemed genuinely interested in my answers, but the more I spoke, the more I felt like I was revealing too much. It felt like they were testing me somehow, almost as if they were fishing for information to see if I would say the right things. Still, I pushed the unease away and continued with the conversation, trying to enjoy the evening. After we finished dinner, they suggested a walk in the park nearby. It was a pleasant evening, and I thought it would be nice to stretch our legs after a heavy meal. We walked along the dimly lit path, talking more about work and life. They seemed more relaxed now, as though the formalities of the dinner had faded. I felt a sense of connection, a strange feeling of being understood in a way that I hadn't felt in a long time. But something in the back of my mind was still nagging at me, an instinct that told me I was missing something. It was during that walk that things started to unravel. We had been talking about relationships, and they suddenly dropped a comment that made me stop in my tracks. They casually mentioned their spouse, and I froze. For a moment, I thought I had misheard them. I asked, "Wait, spouse? I thought you said you were single." They paused, looking at me with a strange expression before replying, "Well, that's complicated." The words hung in the air, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The entire date had been a lie. The person standing next to me, who had been so charming and seemingly perfect, was married. They had used a fake identity, hiding behind the story of someone else's life. I tried to process the information, my mind racing to make sense of the situation. I had trusted them, believed everything they had said. Now it felt like all of it had been a facade, carefully constructed to deceive me. I didn't know what to say. I stood there, stunned, as they continued to explain. They mentioned how they had been unhappy in their marriage, how things had fallen apart, and how they were trying to find something real with me. But none of it made sense. If they were unhappy, why go to such lengths to deceive me? Why pretend to be someone they were not? The more they spoke, the angrier I became, but I couldn't find the words to express it. All I could do was stand there, feeling the weight of the betrayal settle in. As they spoke, I could feel the reality of the situation sinking in. I was angry, hurt, and confused. How could someone do this? How could someone create a false identity just to manipulate another person? I thought about the time I had spent talking to them, the moments I had shared, believing that they were just like me, single and looking for a connection. It felt like a punch to the gut, and I wanted to walk away, but part of me was still trying to process what had happened. I asked them, "How long have you been married?" They hesitated for a moment before answering. 5 years. 5 years. The number hit me like a ton of bricks. It wasn't just a casual fling. This was someone's life, someone's marriage that they were willing to betray for their own selfish reasons. I thought back to all the little things that had seemed off during the date, the vague details, the lack of specifics about their life. It all made sense now. The charm, the attentiveness, the fake identity was all part of a carefully orchestrated plan to get close to me. I couldn't stay there any longer. I couldn't be part of this lie any longer. I turned and started walking away, not looking back. I could hear them calling after me, but I didn't stop. My mind was in a whirlwind, trying to make sense of everything that had just happened. It wasn't just the fact that they had lied, it was the fact that they had played with my emotions, used my trust as a tool to manipulate me into thinking they were someone they weren't. I didn't want to feel angry, but I couldn't help it. I was furious at myself for being so gullible, for believing in something that wasn't real. As I walked to my car, I couldn't help but think about the people who had been hurt by this person's lies before. How many others had they deceived? How many lives had they disrupted with their selfishness? It was a sickening thought. I couldn't shake it. I got in my car and drove home, the weight of the evening pressing down on me. The once exciting date had turned into a nightmare, leaving me with nothing but the bitter taste of betrayal. I didn't know what to do with all the emotions swirling inside me. Anger, confusion, and disappointment mixed into a storm I couldn't control. The next day, I blocked them on all social media platforms and deleted their number. But I knew there was no point in confronting them any further. What could they possibly say to make this situation right? Nothing could fix the damage they had done. But as time passed, I realized something important. I had learned to trust myself again, to recognize the warning signs that I had ignored. I knew I would be more cautious in the future, more aware of the people I let into my life. I couldn't undo what had happened, but I could choose not to let it define me. The experience had been painful, but it had also taught me a valuable lesson. People are not always what they seem, and sometimes the most important thing is to trust your instincts, even when it feels hard. I had been hurt, but I wouldn't let it break me. I would move forward, stronger and wiser, knowing that I could handle whatever came my way next. Story 26. I had been looking forward to the open mic night all week. It had been one of those rare moments where I could escape the routine of everyday life and immerse myself in something different, something a bit more spontaneous. The night was cool, the kind of weather that made you appreciate being indoors, listening to music or spoken word. I arrived at the venue, a small, cozy cafe with dim lighting and a relaxed vibe. There was something soothing about the setting that made the stress of the day melt away. The crowd was a mix of regulars and newcomers, all eager to see what the night would bring. The stage was small, just enough for a microphone and a stool, but it felt personal, like you were right there with the performers, sharing their words. I grabbed a drink, found a seat at the back, and settled in, feeling the anticipation of the night ahead. It wasn't long before the first performer took the stage, a young woman who was clearly excited but a bit nervous. She recited a poem, and the crowd reacted with applause, and I thought about how brave it was to get up there, share your voice, your heart, and let strangers into your world for a few minutes. The night continued with a variety of performances, poetry, and even some stand-up comedy. I enjoyed them all, each performance feeling like a little glimpse into the lives and minds of people I had never met. It was refreshing, hearing others' creativity, their pain, their joy, and everything in between. The energy in the room was contagious, and I found myself clapping along with the crowd, even if I didn't fully understand the piece. There was something about the atmosphere that made everything feel significant. Then, it was time for the next performer to take the stage. He was a man in his mid-30s wearing a simple jacket and jeans with a quiet, almost introspective air about him. He walked up to the microphone, cleared his throat, and then began speaking. At first it seemed like another spoken word piece, a bit abstract, and I found myself sinking into the rhythm of his voice. But then, something strange happened. His words began to feel oddly familiar. I shook my head slightly, trying to focus on the poem, but as his voice continued, the details became clearer, and I realized something unsettling. He was describing my daily routine. At first I thought it was just a coincidence. The lines he spoke were general enough that they could apply to anyone arising early, rushing through breakfast, checking emails, the usual stuff. But as the piece went on, the details became more specific, more tailored. He spoke about my usual coffee order, my habit of checking the clock before I left the house, my constant need to make lists, even the way I always seemed to have my headphones in, as blocking out the world. It was surreal, like he had somehow watched my every move and then put it into words. The more I listened, the more the piece seemed to go into the smallest details. He described my routine with such accuracy, it was as if he had been following me, watching me, or maybe even living inside my head. He mentioned the places I always went for lunch, how I liked to take walks during the late afternoon, and even the way I scrolled through my phone, checking notifications from work and social media. The crowd around me was silent, captivated by his words, but inside I was growing more and more uncomfortable. I tried to shake it off. It was just a coincidence, right? Maybe he had seen someone else with a similar routine, or maybe it was just an abstract poem that felt too close to home. But the more he spoke, the more I felt exposed, like my life was being put under a microscope for everyone to see. There were moments when I thought he was describing things I had never shared with anyone, things I had only thought to myself. How could he know these things? How could his words be so eerily accurate? As the piece went on, I felt a mix of disbelief and unease. The performer didn't seem to notice my reaction. He continued, delving deeper into the minutiae of my day, the small things I did without thinking. He mentioned how I always checked the weather app before leaving the house, how I walked past the same street corner every morning, how I always seemed to look at my phone during every break, even if I didn't respond to messages. He even described how I took a moment in the evening to sit down with a book or a podcast to unwind, my preferred way of ending the day. By now, I was feeling a sense of panic rise within me. I scanned the room, trying to see if anyone else seemed to notice how personal the poem had become. But everyone was still listening intently, some nodding, others closing their eyes as if they were lost in the rhythm of the words. It felt as though the world had shrunk, and I was the only one who knew what was happening. I wanted to leave, to walk out of the cafe and never come back, but my body was frozen in place, and mine was racing, but my feet remained rooted to the floor. The final lines of the piece were the most chilling. He described how I had started to notice the repetition of my daily routine, how I felt like I was stuck in a loop, and how the monotony of life had begun to wear on me. He mentioned the slight frustration I felt every time I glanced at the clock, realizing that time was slipping by faster than I could handle. The way I had started to feel disconnected from the people around me, trapped in my own bubble of routine. It was as though he had read my mind, or worse, had been there watching me every day, documenting every move. The applause that followed the performance felt like it was happening in another world, far away from me. I couldn't bring myself to clap, my hands frozen in my lap. I wanted to speak out, to demand answers, but I couldn't. I didn't even know if anyone else had noticed the strange accuracy of his words. The performer stood there, basking in the applause, and for a moment I wondered if I was just imagining things. Maybe it was all just a very well-written coincidence. But no, something deep inside told me that wasn't the case. I didn't know how, but I felt sure that he knew more about me than he should. I stood up, my heart pounding, and walked out of the cafe without looking back. I needed to get away, to clear my head, to process what had just happened. As I stepped into the cool night air, the city lights blinking around me, I could still hear his words in my mind. I tried to tell myself it was just a performance, just art, but deep down I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been exposed in a way I never expected. I spent the next few days trying to forget the experience, but it lingered in my thoughts. I couldn't stop wondering how he had known so much about my life, my routine. I even found myself questioning the most mundane details, wondering if anyone else had noticed them too. But over time the unease faded, and I tried to go back to my normal routine. Every now and then I'd think about that night, but I'd shake my head and remind myself that it was just an open mic performance. Nothing more. Story 27. I never thought much of it when I received the invitation to join a focus group. It seemed like a straightforward opportunity, participate in a study, give my opinion on some products, and get paid for my time. I'd seen ads for similar things before, but had never been motivated to sign up. This time, though, the offer seemed too good to pass up. The pay was substantial, and the location was convenient enough, so I figured why not. When the day finally arrived, I showed up at the address they had given me. The building was an industrial warehouse, tucked away on the outskirts of the city. It looked like it had been there for years, with the faded paint and rusted metal doors suggesting a history of abandonment. I wasn't sure what kind of focus group would be held in a place like this, but I shrugged it off. I wasn't there to judge the building's aesthetics. I was just there for the money. As I walked through the entrance, the first thing I noticed was the lack of other people. I expected at least a few others, but the place was eerily quiet. There were no signs directing me to where I needed to go, no one at the door to greet me, and no other participants milling about. I wandered down a long hallway, the floor creaking beneath my steps. The walls were bare, and the overhead lights flickered every few seconds, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. Eventually, I reached a large room at the end of the hall. It was sparse, with a few chairs arranged in a circle in the middle of the room. At the center of the circle was a small table, and around the room, there were empty shelves stacked with what looked like boxes of supplies. The room felt cold, like it hadn't been used in a while, and the air was heavy, as if something was off. Still, I figured it was just part of the whole experimental vibe that these kinds of things often had. I took a seat in one of the chairs, waiting for the others to arrive. The silence in the room was almost suffocating, and I found myself glancing around nervously. It felt like I was waiting for something, but I wasn't sure what. After a few minutes, a door on the far side of the room opened, and a man in a suit walked in. He was tall, with sharp features and a stern look on his face. He didn't offer a greeting or explanation, just looked at me for a moment before sitting down at the table. "Are you the only one here?" I asked, trying to break the tension. He didn't respond at first. Instead, he flipped open a notebook and began jotting something down. The awkward silence stretched on for what felt like an eternity before he finally looked up at me. His eyes were cold, calculating. "You're the only one who showed up," he said in a flat voice, his tone devoid of emotion. Words that sent a chill down my spine. I had been expecting a group, but now I was left to question what I had gotten myself into. Why was I the only one? Was it a mistake? I glanced around the room again, hoping to see other people entering, but the door remained shut. The man didn't seem concerned by my silence. Instead, he started talking about the study I was part of. He went into great detail about the process, though nothing he said made much sense to me. There were vague mentions of testing reactions to new products, but it all sounded more like an experiment than anything I could relate to. As he spoke, I noticed something strange in the room. The building, everything felt so disconnected from reality. It was as if I had stepped into a different world entirely, one that didn't make sense. I was about to ask more questions when the door suddenly slammed open behind me. I jumped, turning to see who had arrived, but there was no one there. The door stood wide open, yet the hallway outside was completely empty. I felt my heart rate quicken, the growing sense of unease swirling within me. "Don't worry about that," the man said, almost as if reading my mind. "It's just part of the process. Stay focused on what we're doing here." His voice had taken on a more commanding tone, and I felt an odd pressure to comply. But something about the situation wasn't sitting right with me. I tried to stand up, but my legs felt heavy, as if the air itself was pushing me back down into my seat. "Stay seated," he instructed, his eyes locking onto mine. His expression was eerily calm, like he was controlling everything around me. I didn't understand what was happening. I had been to focus groups before, and they were never like this. This felt wrong. My instincts screamed for me to run, but I couldn't bring myself to move. Every muscle in my body felt paralyzed, trapped in that cold room. I don't know how much time passed, but I eventually broke free from the strange paralysis. The man had started talking again, but now his words made no sense. They were a string of unrelated sentences, his tone growing more robotic with each passing moment. I stood up suddenly, ignoring the strange pull to stay still, and rushed to the door. The hallway was dark, even darker than before. The overhead lights flickered erratically, casting long, harsh shadows across the walls. There were no exit signs, no signs of life, just the oppressive silence and the sound of my hurried footsteps echoing through the vast empty space. I turned corners, retracing my steps, but every hallway seemed to lead to more of the Samia maze with no exit. Panic set in. My heart was racing, and my breaths were shallow as I tried to find a way out. But the more I moved, the more disoriented I became. Nothing looked familiar anymore. It was like the building had rearranged itself, trapping me in some kind of endless loop. I called out, but no one answered. I tried to call for help, but my phone had no signal. I started to feel the walls closing in on me, and the thought that I might be trapped forever consumed me. I couldn't understand why this was happening, why I couldn't escape. The feeling of being watched, of being manipulated, only intensified. Just when I thought I couldn't take it any longer, I stumbled into a large, open space. It wasn't much of a room, just an empty warehouse, its high ceilings and vast emptiness making it feel even more like a prison. But there, in the center of the room, I saw something that stopped me in my tracks. There was a door, a real door, with a sign above it. Exit. I rushed toward it, my pulse hammering in my ears. With trembling hands, I turned the handle and pushed the door open. The moment I stepped outside, the cold night air hit my face, and I breathed deeply, almost choking on the fresh air. I looked back at the building, and it seemed as if nothing had changed. The warehouse still loomed behind me, dark and silent. I didn't stop walking until I reached my car, and even then, I didn't feel safe. I had to leave, had to put as much distance between me and that place as possible. When I finally drove away, I glanced back in the rearview mirror. The warehouse was still there, but there was no trace of anyone, no sign that the man or anyone else had ever been there. I never spoke to anyone about what happened. There was no way to explain it without sounding insane. No. But deep down, I knew something was wrong about that place, something that went far beyond a simple focus group. It felt like I had walked into a trap, a game I didn't understand and barely made it out of. The memory of that warehouse haunted me for a long time, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't truly escaped. Story 28. I had been looking for a place to stay for a while, and when I found an affordable apartment through a sublet arrangement, it seemed like the perfect solution. The apartment was in a great location, close to my work, and the price was within my budget. The landlord, who I met briefly when I signed the lease, seemed like a nice enough person, though he was a little more reserved than I expected. He handed me the keys and told me that he would mostly stay out of the way, just letting me enjoy the space. I thought it was a straightforward deal, and I was relieved to have found somewhere to live. The first few weeks were fine. The apartment was cozy and everything seemed to be in order. I spent my days working, and in the evenings I enjoyed the peace and quiet of my new home. I had made sure to lock everything up when I left, and I kept the keys with me at all times. But then, something strange started to happen. Little things began to feel off, things that didn't add up. It started with small changes. A book that I had left on the coffee table was moved to the bookshelf. My favorite mug, which I always placed in a specific spot in the kitchen, was suddenly in a different cabinet. At first, I dismissed it as forgetfulness on my part. Maybe I was just absent-minded, or perhaps the apartment's layout had made me misremember where I put things. But as the days went by, I noticed it happening more frequently. It was as if someone had been in the apartment, rearranging things when I wasn't around. I mentioned it to a friend, and they shrugged it off, telling me it was probably just the landlord coming by to check on things, which was typical for landlords who lived nearby. It didn't seem out of the ordinary to them, but it felt different to me. The more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. I began to realize that these changes weren't random at all. They were deliberate, as though someone was trying to create a sense of unease without me noticing right away. One evening, I decided to test my theory. I left a few items in certain spots around the apartment, things that would be hard to overlook. I put a notebook on the kitchen counter, a bottle of water on the dining table, and my jacket draped over the arm of the sofa. Then I left the apartment and made sure to lock the door behind me. I didn't go far. I just sat in the car across the street for a while, watching the apartment from a distance. I was nervous, but I had to know if my suspicions were true. After about an hour, I returned to the apartment. The door was still locked, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary at first glance. But as soon as I stepped inside, I noticed the changes. The notebook was no longer on the kitchen counter. It had been moved to the coffee table. The bottle of water was no longer on the dining tablet, had been placed on the windowsill. And my jacket, which had been carefully draped over the arm of the sofa, was now folded neatly and placed on the back of the chair. My heart began to race. There was no way I had done this. Someone had been in the apartment. At that moment, a wave of unease swept over me. I realized that I had been living in this space, trusting the landlord, but now it seemed like there was someone else involved, someone who had been quietly coming in and rearranging things while I wasn't around. I couldn't shake the feeling that my privacy had been invaded in a way that was both subtle and deliberate. I felt exposed, as if I were being watched, but in a way that was almost impossible to prove. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but I also didn't want to ignore the growing sense of discomfort. I decided to confront the landlord. The next time I saw him, I casually mentioned that I had noticed some things being moved around in the apartment. I tried to keep the tone light, hoping to gauge his reaction. His response was calm, almost too calm. He assured me that he hadn't been inside the apartment at all, that he had been busy with other properties. But something about the way he said it felt rehearsed, as if he were trying too hard to appear unbothered. That night I couldn't sleep. My mind was racing with possibilities. Had the landlord been entering the apartment without my knowledge, or was someone else responsible? I considered the worst-case scenario that someone had a key to the apartment and was coming in whenever they pleased. The thought made my skin crawl. I tried to push the fear aside, but it lingered, gnawing at me. The next few days were tense. I kept a closer eye on everything in the apartment. I locked the door every time I left, double-checking it before I walked away. I made sure to leave things in the same spot, trying to keep track of every little change. Then, one morning I returned to find that a few of my personal items had been moved once again. This time it was my toothbrush, which I had left on the bathroom counter. It had been placed in the drawer. My toothpaste, too, had been rearranged. These were small things, but they were enough to confirm my worst fears. Someone had been in the apartment. I decided to take action. I called the landlord and asked him again if he had entered the apartment without telling me. He denied it, of course, but his voice lacked the conviction it had before. There was a pause on the other end of the line, and for a split second I thought I heard a sound of faint shuffle, like someone moving in the background. My heart skipped a beat. I pushed the thought out of my head, but it lingered. I had to know the truth, so I took matters into my own hands. I installed a small camera in a discreet corner of the living room, one that would record whenever there was movement. I didn't know if it was legal, but at that point I didn't care. I just needed to gather evidence. That evening I waited. I didn't leave the apartment. I was determined to see who was coming in when I wasn't there. The next day I reviewed the footage. My stomach dropped as I watched the footage. There, clearly, was the landlord entering the apartment with his own key. But he didn't knock or announce himself. He simply walked in and began rearranging things, moving a few books, adjusting the cushions on the couch, and even folding the blanket on the bed. He did it with such care, almost like he was organizing the space for some reason, but it was unsettling. There was no reason for him to be doing this, and yet he did it regularly. I knew then that I had to confront him. I couldn't live in a place where I felt violated every time I left. The next time I saw him, I showed him the footage. He didn't seem surprised. In fact, he almost looked relieved that I had caught him. He admitted that he had been entering the apartment, but claimed that he was just checking on things. He said he didn't want the place to feel too lived in and that he thought moving things around would make it feel fresh for me. But I didn't buy it. I wasn't going to accept his explanation. I told him I was done with the apartment and that I was moving out. He didn't argue. He simply nodded, like he knew what he had done was wrong, but he wasn't going to stop. I moved out that week, leaving behind the apartment and the unsettling feeling that had consumed me. I would never trust another landlord the same way again. Story 29. I had just finished running errands when I walked through the park on my way home. The weather was nice, the sun shining through the trees, casting long shadows across the paths. I was tired from the busy day, but it was a peaceful walk, and I had a moment to myself before heading back to the chaos of daily life. As I strolled along, I noticed a person standing near the entrance to the park, handing out flyers. The flyer caught my eye because it mentioned a free workshop on career development, something I had been considering. It seemed like a great opportunity to expand my skills, and I always had a soft spot for free events that could provide value. The person was smiling as they handed it to me, and I thought nothing of it. I took the flyer, thanked them, and continued walking, not thinking too much about it. Later that evening, I looked over the flyer more closely. The workshop was being held in a building just a few blocks from where I lived. It seemed well organized, and the topic sounded intriguing, something about unlocking potential and making connections for career growth. I was curious, so I decided to attend, figuring it would be a good chance to network and meet others who might share similar career goals. The day of the workshop arrived, and I made my way to the venue. The building was in an older part of the city, with a large sign outside advertising the workshop. As I walked through the entrance, I was greeted by a couple of friendly individuals who handed me a name tag and directed me toward a conference room. The room was filled with people, all gathered around tables, and I could feel a buzz of excitement in the air. It seemed like a typical workshop, nothing out of the ordinary. However, something felt off as the session began. The speaker, a confident woman dressed in professional attire, stood at the front of the room. She welcomed everyone and began talking about the importance of finding the right career path and taking control of our futures. At first, her message seemed motivational and inspiring. I found myself nodding along, feeling a bit more energized about the possibilities in my own career. As the session progressed, though, I started to notice a shift. The speaker's tone became more forceful, more urgent. She spoke about taking bold steps, making decisive moves, and pushing past any doubts. I started to feel a little uncomfortable, like something was not quite right. As she spoke, the atmosphere in the room started to change. People were no longer just listening. They were leaning in, hanging on every word, almost as if they were being hypnotized by her confidence. The workshop then took a strange turn. The speaker asked us to write down our goals and dreams on a piece of paper, encouraging us to be honest and open with ourselves. I did as instructed, jotting down my aspirations. But then, she began talking about how we needed to make sacrifices in order to truly succeed. She spoke about giving up certain things in our lives, relationships, comfort, stability in exchange for true success. At that moment, I felt a growing unease in my stomach. The speaker's words felt more manipulative than motivational. It was as though she was trying to convince everyone that their lives were incomplete unless they made drastic, all-encompassing changes. I started to look around the room, noticing how some people seemed almost mesmerized by her words, writing feverishly as though they were being told something revolutionary. The next step in the workshop was even more alarming. The speaker asked us to stand up and pair off with someone else in the room. I hesitated for a moment, but eventually found a woman nearby, and we stood facing each other, unsure of what to do next. The speaker instructed us to share our goals with our partners and then listen to theirs. I did as instructed, but something about the whole exercise felt forced. It wasn't just about sharing our goals, it was about selling them, about convincing each other that we were worthy of something bigger, something more extreme. As we spoke, I felt the pressure mounting. The woman I was paired with spoke of her desire to join a startup and become a leader in the tech industry. She seemed so determined, but there was an intensity to her words that made me uncomfortable. It was as if she was already being pulled into the speaker's vision for success, a vision that seemed to involve more than just career growth. It seemed to demand complete devotion and sacrifice. After the exercise, the speaker asked us to take a seat again, but this time she moved on to a new topic. She started talking about a special opportunity for those of us who were truly committed to taking our careers to the next level. The room was silent, the tension palpable. She spoke in a low, almost conspiratorial voice, explaining that there was an exclusive program designed to help us reach our goals faster if we were willing to fully dedicate ourselves. The pitch was compelling, but it didn't sit right with me. She spoke about joining a close-knit community of like-minded individuals, people who would push each other to succeed, to break through every barrier. The cost of joining this community was steep financially and personally. We were told that to be part of this program, we would need to make a commitment, one that involved not only financial investment, but also giving up certain freedoms in our lives. At that moment, the pieces clicked together. This was not just a career workshop. This was a recruitment session, a coercive one. I had been lured in with the promise of free advice, only to find myself in a high-pressure sales environment. The workshop was not about career development, it was about selling people on the idea of giving everything up for a dream that was not even their own. I felt trapped. I wanted to leave. but I didn't know how to exit without drawing attention. I wasn't the only one who seemed uncomfortable. Several other people were looking around the room, exchanging glances, unsure of what to do next. The speaker's tone had shifted again, becoming almost threatening. She spoke about how those who didn't take the next step would be left behind, stuck in their current situations forever. It was a classic fear tactic designed to make people doubt themselves and their choices. I waited until there was a break, and then quickly gathered my things. I slipped out of the room, trying to make myself as inconspicuous as possible. As I walked through the hallway, I could hear the speaker's voice echoing behind me, urging people to stay and commit. The pressure was unbearable, and I was relieved to be free of it. When I got outside, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I was shaken by how easily I had almost fallen for their tactics. The whole experience had been a wake-up call about the lengths some people would go to in order to manipulate others. As I walked away, I realized how important it was to trust my instincts and not let myself be coerced into making decisions that didn't feel right. The incident stayed with me for weeks. I told a few close friends about what had happened, and they were just as shocked as I was. It became clear that I wasn't the only one who had been targeted by this group. I later found out that they had been operating in various cities, luring people into workshops under the guise of offering career advice, only to pressure them into joining their high-cost, high-commitment program. I learned to be much more cautious about offers that seemed too good to be true, especially when they involved signing up for something that required personal or financial sacrifices. It was a valuable lesson in self-awareness, and I vowed never to let myself be caught in a situation like that again. While I might still attend workshops or seminars in the future, I would always do my research first, making sure that I wasn't being manipulated into something I didn't want. Story 30. I had always admired the healthcare field. The dedication, the long hours, the sense of purpose, it was all so compelling to me. When I got the opportunity to shadow a nurse, I was excited to learn about the ins and outs of patient care. I had seen how much impact nurses had on the well-being of patients, and I was eager to be part of that environment. Little did I know, my experience would take a sharp turn in an unexpected direction. The first few days were exactly what I had imagined. I observed how the nurses interacted with patients, how they administered medication, and how they balanced their duties under immense pressure. I learned a lot about the technical aspects of the job, like how to take vital signs and how to assist with various procedures. But what caught my attention most was the routine. Every day, the nurse I shadowed would check the patient records, usually just a quick glance, but it became clear that these records were crucial to ensuring the patients received the correct care. One morning, as we were making our rounds, I noticed something strange. The nurse pulled up a patient's record and seemed to hesitate for a moment before making a few quick notations. The look on her face was unreadable, but something about her actions made me uneasy. She quickly shut the file and moved on to the next patient, but my curiosity was piqued. It seemed like she was trying to cover something up, but I couldn't figure out what. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, so I let it go at the time, but the feeling lingered. A few days later, I had the chance to look through some of the patient records myself. I was given permission to assist with filing and organizing the records, which allowed me to handle them more closely. As I was sorting through one stack of files, I noticed something that didn't sit right with me. The records didn't match up. Inconsistent handwriting, dates that didn't make sense, and even medication dosages that didn't align with the patient's actual conditions. I was stunned. This wasn't just a mistake, it looked like someone had been falsifying these records for a long time. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I tried to push the thought out of my mind, but the more I looked, the clearer it became. There were multiple patients with similar discrepancies, medications listed that they hadn't been prescribed, treatments that were never given, and some entries that appeared to have been created out of thin air. I knew that if I said something, it could create serious problems. But at the same time, how could I ignore something so wrong? The weight of the situation settled on me, and I knew I couldn't just walk away without saying anything. The next day, I quietly asked the nurse about the records. I tried to sound casual, like I was simply curious about the process. I mentioned the inconsistencies I had noticed and asked if there was any explanation for them. She stiffened slightly, her eyes flickering toward the door before looking back at me. There was a brief pause, and then she offered a vague response, saying that sometimes the system would glitch or cause errors in the records. She brushed it off as nothing more than technical issues. But something in her tone made me doubt that explanation. Over the next few days, I became more aware of the subtle signs that said something was off. The nurse would occasionally make corrections to records after patients had left, adjusting details that didn't seem to align with what had actually happened. I started to notice patterns. The discrepancies were too frequent, too consistent to be accidental. This wasn't just a matter of poor documentation. It seemed like someone was deliberately altering these records. I decided to do a little digging on my own. I began comparing the patient records with their treatment plans and speaking to other staff members about the discrepancies I had observed. Every time I asked about a specific detail, I was met with vague answers or uncomfortable silences. It became clear that no one was willing to talk about it. The more I investigated, the more I realized that this wasn't a mistake, it was a long-standing issue that had been hidden for years. I felt a growing sense of urgency to get to the bottom of this, but I also felt trapped. If I reported what I had found, I could be putting my own career at risk. But the thought of allowing this kind of deception to continue was even worse. These records were a direct reflection of the career or lack of care that patients were receiving. If someone was falsifying these records, it could mean that patients weren't getting the treatment they needed. The consequences could be catastrophic. I decided to confront the nurse directly. It was a difficult decision, but I felt like I couldn't live with the knowledge of what was happening without trying to do something about it. One evening, after our shift, I pulled her aside and asked if we could talk. I told her I had noticed the discrepancies in the records and asked if she could explain. Her reaction was immediate. Her face went pale, and she took a step back, her eyes widening in alarm. At first, she denied everything, claiming that the records were all accurate and that I must have misunderstood. But I could see the fear in her eyes. She was nervous, and I could tell that she wasn't being entirely honest. I pushed a little harder, asking her why she had been making corrections to the records when no one had requested it. The tension in the air was palpable. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she confessed. She told me that it had started innocently enough, small errors that she had tried to fix to avoid drawing attention. But over time it had escalated. She admitted to altering patient records to cover up mistakes, or in some cases, to make it look like certain treatments had been administered when they hadn't. She said she had felt pressure from higher-ups to meet certain quotas, and that the falsified records had become a way to keep the system from catching up with them. It wasn't just her, other nurses and staff had been involved, all working together to keep the deception under wraps. I was in shock. I had known something was wrong, but hearing her admit it made everything feel so much more real. I asked her what we were supposed to do now. She told me that she didn't know. She was scared of the consequences, scared of losing her job and facing legal repercussions. But at that moment, I knew I couldn't keep quiet. The patients deserved to know the truth, and I couldn't allow this to continue any longer. I reported what I had discovered to the hospital administration the very next day. It wasn't easy, and the process was nerve-wracking. I had to provide all the evidence I had gathered, and I knew there would be an investigation. But I was ready to face whatever came next. All the truth needed to come out. The hospital took immediate action, launching a full investigation into the falsification of patient records. It turned out that the issue was far more widespread than I had realized, affecting many more patients than I had originally thought. In the end, the nurse I had shadowed was among those who were fired, along with several other staff members involved in the falsifications. The hospital made significant changes to its record-keeping procedures, implementing stricter oversight and more rigorous checks to prevent something like this from happening again. I felt a sense of relief, knowing that the truth had come to light and that patients would be better protected going forward. Though I had been hesitant to report what I had found, I knew it had been the right thing to do. It was a difficult experience, one that left me questioning the integrity of the system I had once admired. But in the end, it reaffirmed my belief that doing the right thing, no matter how hard, was always worth it.